Okay, we should be live. I'm adjusting everything so you might hear squeaking, you might hear fan, you might hear a little bit of skeletons rattling around, I guess. That's the only other thing I can think of. But we need to go down. We should probably check if they changed the Act 2 mercenaries.
I bet you wonder how this town manages to...
Just to see what they have. No, it's about the same. Thorns would be level 22 from them, which is actually better than our current Thorns. It's very, very tempting to swap our mercenary out for an Act 2 mercenary. Right now, we are fine with this, but I would rather have an Act 2. Just overall. We have a Hasaru's equipped. Let's see. Do I have a better build? I don't think I have a better belt. Spirit Seeker wouldn't help her at all. Yeah, we don't have anything for her. We'll keep an eye out for a better belt than freaking Hasaru's. I didn't remember that we were using such a crappy one on her. The rings on her are actually not that bad. I'm not that concerned about it. And she's decent enough as is. We could use some attack speed on her. But even then, that's only going to be a very minor difference because of their fire delay. Pretty much every AI unit in this does have some kind of delay or something like that in their attacks, even enemies. The only one that doesn't is you, because you're not an AI. Just slapping that alt button to see if things drop. And yes, I do that whenever I'm watching people play Diablo 2 as well. Sometimes that can actually bite me in the butt. Because I'll sometimes accidentally alt-tab instead of just alting. Just muscle memory kind of stuff. As far as the enemies here, we're not too bad off. We're level 81, so I'm pretty sure we can do okay. I could bump up the player count just to get more drops, which is mildly tempting. But at the same time, it could make the areas take us longer. So if I did, let's say, players 3, so we don't end up in like a stupid situation, that will increase our drop rate. Question becomes, will it increase it enough to justify it? Hey, that guy, how's it going? Or do I call you 419? Because calling you that guy is actually mildly confusing for me because I know someone else that goes by that guy. Or at least used to. He went by that guy. Oh god, now I'm feeling like YouTube old. But no, he went by that guy back when we started YouTube, which was a long time ago. Back when I did Let's Plays on the main channel. And yeah, this is the wrong way. We're going for drops. But yeah, hopefully your morning is going fairly well, or evening, depending on whereabouts in the world you are. To steal a phrase from a friend. Let's go ahead and steal ourselves some mages. We're all that summoner energy. Yeah, this is players 3 enemies. You can tell that maybe we shouldn't be doing that right now. .419 works as opposed to 419. Just an area code. Sadly, I do not have area codes memorized. Well, probably for the best I don't have area codes memorized. Not that they actually mean anything these days, which is kind of sad. I can get an area code for a state I don't live in. If I wanted to get a new phone number, I really don't. It's always a pain to change phone numbers. Although I have been tempted, very tempted to set up a business number. Just on a cheap line. Just so I could actually do phone calls for some of the stuff that I need to do. I hate doing phone calls, but unfortunately that's just the reality of the nonsense that we deal with. Okay, this should be the stairs, because usually the way you should do it whenever you're looking for the stairs and sewers, you should always come to the south entrance. You should always either go left first or right first, but you want to go about it's about within 3 squares of it usually. I say usually because there are formations that can't, that just because it can't spawn it that close, that won't have it, but usually it's within 3 squares, so you have like 1, 2, 3. And if we were to go left, and the way I knew it wasn't there is because we had 1, 2, and then this would have gone back up into the rest of the normal sewer. I know someone was asking about how to map hack without map hack. That's one of the ways. Although usually with sewers and stuff, you're not doing it if you're in a rush, unless you really need that skill point. Nature of that there beast. Yes, I am indeed Alzorath. How are you doing, Gia? I am assuming you come from the main channel. I mostly stream here and on Twitch. Twitch, as far as stream features, is going to be generally the first one that I develop the various codes and stuff for, but they all do eventually come to YouTube as well. I think so far the main disadvantage of YouTube is I can't do channel points there. But I also don't have to have ads every 45 minutes to an hour. I've been watching your series out of nostalgia, but surprisingly a lot of details you don't know about skills. Oh. I mean, generally speaking, whenever it comes to the skills, I would have to reference my notes for some of the more esoteric stuff, but not that bad. Hey, Sam, how's it going? Hey, and it has been a while. Let me do that hydrate. Well, I'm actually anti-hydrating. I'm having coffee right now, Sam. You are contributing to the problem. Oh, goodness gracious. How are you doing today? What is that emoji next to your name? Share the love. Oh, that was from a recent event. Okay. You just got some time off work? Oh. That's some of the best time. Last day off right now? Cool. I am appreciative that you came to share it with me. 'Cause yeah, vacation days are, and it may not have been vacation days, but assuming it's vacation days, they are some of the nicest things whenever it comes to working a 9 to 5. I do try and make it a point to take a day off each week right now. Because I don't have a standard 9 to 5. I'm working 5 days. Starting tomorrow, we'll have 4 days off. Oh. Like mandatory days off. Okie dokie. You will take days off. Oh, I never had a job that gave us mandatory days off. They would have... Actually, I have worked. I think the longest stretch I ever worked without a single day off outside of doing stuff like this, because we're not counting that because then I'm making my own schedule on this, would be, goodness, I want to say 17 days straight, but I also work manual labor. Coffee and donuts with a side of Diablo too. I sadly do not actually have any donuts. I had coffee and some cheese. I know. It's even worse. But no, it's fine. And I wasn't very hungry, so I just grabbed a little bit of cheese. I just needed my morning drink. I'm trying to get back on schedule. It's like 5 days work, 2 days off per week. It changes depending on the need. And you work nights. 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. Hey, your job sounds like it was pretty similar to mine kind of stuff. The only reason I was that many days, I might have had. How many days was this ice storm? I actually don't remember how long that one was. I know for the ice storm one, I ended up sleeping at work. As if that tells you anything. I slept on one of the tables. But I don't remember how many days that one was. Just shuffling cards at a casino? Yeah, they probably wouldn't let me do that. I look a little too homeless for a casino. If you look up Alan Moore, that is my current hairstyle. Frankly, I like it because who robs the homeless looking guy? This is reimagined. It has mods for all the characters. There's a decent number of new uniques and set items. There's rune words. There's stacking runes. I was stacking up one that I found during Gathering of Skeletons before the stream. Oh, it is Good Friday, isn't it? That means I shouldn't spoil it in case they're watching. I don't think they are. I think they're probably asleep right now, but my niece and nephew have a cool thing for Easter. That is all I will say on it. Your hair is something like that too. Yeah. But you keep it tied up at work? Yeah, I'd have to keep it tied up as well if I was going to do anything. I have the beard too. Yeah, I forgot it was Good Friday. I don't usually do a lot of holidays. This year was the first time I even did a freaking April Fool's video, which surprisingly performed quite well. Who knew 200 some odd people wanted to watch Barbie Horse Adventure? Okay. Hey, Phil, how's it going? Yeah. I do like Reincarnation. I mean, yeah, Reincarnation's graphics. I keep saying Reincarnation Reimagined in different spots. But yeah, this is the Reimagined mod. It doesn't change any of the graphics, thankfully. But it has been a lot of fun so far. It's not been over the top whenever it comes to actual... We're going to just load those up there. Oh yeah, we do have actually stacked runes. See? Stack them up to 100. But if you get rid of your beard and body hair permanently, the head hair stays. You would do it in a heartbeat. See, I like my beard. Covers just how much my face is for radio. I'm just glad I'm a symmetrical kind of ugly. I should get that on a shirt. I'm the symmetrical kind of ugly. But yeah, I like my hair. I don't like my back hair. That I could do without. I would get rid of that in a heartbeat. Why do you guys think I'm faceless? And yes, I am still in the little bit of time I have. Unfortunately, due to the fact that I'm working on getting through a full-length RPG that I'm embargoed on right now. And I've actually hit a stumped point in it. As well as recording stuff for Let's Play Everything and all that. I have not had time to actually make the overlays and stuff. The plan is to eventually have an overlay on this and have a clean recording for the archives. Let's see. Does laser hair removal work permanently? If yes, you would get it when you got the funds. As far as laser hair removal, surprisingly, I know a little bit about this. I don't know a ton. I am not an expert in it. But last I checked, because that is a rabbit hole I have gone down, it is permanent, but it's not as quick as people would have you believe, especially if you have lighter hair, which I have lighter hair. It would take more sessions, but it would totally be worth it. Yeah, lighter hair does just take more attempts to get through it. There's some that they don't recommend doing it with, like some hair shades. I don't think mine's quite light enough for that, but... What is... These guys are just being extreme... Oh, it's because our guys are not coming up here and fighting, probably. They were standing around the corner. Body and beard only. See, I'm less attached to my head hair than I am to my beard, oddly enough. That's why it was taking a while. A boss mob there. And I am going to actually get something that I probably shouldn't, and that's going to be Revive. Because I'm slightly curious if they changed Revive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I need gold. I need to rearrange my skill bar real quick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am curious. We're going to just revive 1. Because these guys aren't particularly interesting to me. I don't know if they remove the timer from it or not. There's a number of mods that do. So it's not an unheard of thing. It's not super common either. Excuse me. Love your beard and hate your back hair. You're basically me. Yep. Oh, that is one thing that I have in a decent quantity. Beard, that is. I do have the bleach streaks because I'm getting old, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, does this version have some quality of life changes? You mean the game is kind of old school, or is it just graphics? Okay, Resurrected does. Sorry, I'm just looking at that shield real quick. But yeah, Diablo 2 Resurrected does have a few quality of life changes over the original. But as far as Reimagined, the only quality of life that Reimagined has over Resurrected is like the stacking runes and stuff. I'm really surprised we got that. Yeah. 40. You've gotten 2 sets of DLCs at least by now. 419. That can go away. How is what? Huh? So they extended the jeweler's prefix, I'm guessing. It's not a good staff, but they extended the jeweler's prefix to work on rares now. So we know that one as a thing. I think we take that over that. I like OG Diablo 2 LOD anyway. And hey, Cabs, what's up? Let's see. You have plans of moving to another country first and saving up for it now. I wish I could afford to expatriate, but that's again another big discussion that I'm not awake enough for. It's getting harder to move out of the country that I'm in. Let's see, Tal. But yeah, if I blew up, like, if I got like pirate software big or something like that, I would totally just establish a company in another country, even if it's just Canada, and try and go through that way. I don't feel particularly safe in the country that I'm in. As always, you played OG Diablo 2 demo because it was free, never actually finished the game. You have a hard time finishing action RPGs in general. You don't know why? For some people, it depends on your playstyle. For me, I'm a solo self-found player. I don't do a lot of grinding unless it's for like a video or something like that. Which, yeah. But as far as, this is very interesting, but it doesn't have plus all skills, so I can't really justify it. We're going to sell that. But, hey, LaPow, how's it going? Been a while since I've seen your name as well. But yeah, action RPGs are weird. I am a very much solo self-found player who very rarely grinds whenever I'm playing normally just for myself. Simply put, I will go in, and yes, that thing is staying around, and I'll just play through the game normal, and then I'll play through the additional difficulties. That's how I enjoy playing. Let's see. You love Grim Dawn, but man, sometimes it feels like you're just carrying the game along after some time. Suppose you're not good at building it's not even so much building an interesting character. I will usually start out with like a plan for a theme, but I do just charge straight forward through it. I don't stop to grind. If I have to stop to grind, that is a disengagement point for me. Some people love grinding. I'm not one of them. I do find it cathartic in games that I enjoy. So, for example, I do find it cathartic in this, but it's not something I go out of my way to do. Diablo 2, if played properly, which is like you kill things as you go, doesn't require much grinding. Unless you really want to push like hell difficulty. I do think that after patch, I think it was 1.1, when they did the difficulty overhaul, Diablo 2 did lose some favor for me. Simply because it ended up being... trying to think of how to explain it. Just more of a slog. We're going to take the slingers. We are not taking the... we're not taking the carrion birds. They are a nightmare to dismiss. Just ignore them. But yeah, Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 are meant to just be played through. Grim Dawn, to an extent, is actually meant to be played through as well. So if you really didn't like Grim Dawn, you might struggle a little bit with this. Grim Dawn is a little bit more of, not necessarily a grind, but it has points that are more of a slog than Diablo 2. Just by their nature. But it's not as bad. Grim Dawn is an excellent game, in my opinion, for theory crafting, which is another thing I get fun out of. But if you're not into theory crafting, Grim Dawn's going to be... But yeah, if you like Grim Dawn, you might try Titan Quest before Diablo 2. Because Titan Quest is by the people who went on to make Grim Dawn made Titan Quest. There's a few different, despite the fact that they all get lumped into one category, there are a few different types of action RPGs. There are the very grind-heavy ones like Path of Exile, Diablo 4, where it's just, your entire goal is just kill more. The story is secondary in those, at least the way they're designed. The story gets shoved to secondary, whereas Diablo 2 and Grim Dawn are much more theory craft friendly, I guess, would be what I call it. Yeah, I liked Before Fall of Oriath in Path of Exile. Afterwards, I really did just fall off on it. I liked having, because it feels like it overstays its welcome. And I have a feeling Path of Exile 2 is eventually going to reach that point as well. I haven't played through it, so I don't know if it currently does or not. But, and yeah, if you have the corner notch, it's the wrong way. Just in case you're wondering on these. If you're doing that map hack in the mind. You haven't yet either? Yeah. I am not sure how I feel about revives just lasting forever. That's probably going to make the rest of the game a lot easier. Oh, there's one of the new set items. We'll see, because it's already pretty obvious that hell difficulty is... That I know that the first thing is +8 zeal. That's going to give you +3 zeal on a paladin, just because it's an O skill. But it's that feels like it's designed for melee sorceresses. I know that's a bit of an odd one for it, but that's what it feels like. Zolom Chris Dread, though, sounds more like Necromancer. So maybe it's for a commander build? That's a type of build that hasn't been popular ever. It wasn't even popular when it was actually semi-strong. You love how it can become complex in a matter of seconds, like this game? Yeah, Diablo 2 is good. Actually, it's really good for this. And that is for rabbit holing on stuff. Like, if you really enjoy Diablo 2, if you really enjoy Grim Dawn, and I would say to a lesser extent Titan Quest, you can end up down build rabbit holes and get some good theory crafting fun out of them as well. Theory crafting in... Oh, jeez, I'm forgetting. I just blanked on Path of Exile. There we go. Is a mix of the really cool gem system, the socketing system, and the less really cool, because it kind of sucks, passive tree. The passive tree is not complex. It is the illusion of complexity. It's just a lot of reading for what could have been this, with a skill tree off the side of it. Basically, what they could have done is just had it like, oh, you've got X amount of strength, you have access to these abilities. You have X amount of dexterity, you have access to these abilities. And it would have been functionally the same, just less to glare at. How do you play this version of the mod? It is on Nexus Mods. And you woke up in a city with internet? I mean, that's kind of a cool thing. I mean, I've fallen off the edge of the map a few times in my life as well. I try not to do it too often, but people in my real life can attest to the fact that I do just go radio silent sometimes for months. But I haven't done that since I started consistently doing YouTube. As far as, like, completely disappearing. But yeah, it's on Nexus Mods. I'm doing the one where I just install all the text files and I just run it straight through the launcher. Whereas with, you can get a Diablo 2 mod manager version of it. I couldn't get it to download properly though, so. And I don't have a problem with just leaving this set up to run. That said, Diablo 2 Mod Manager might be able to work for you. It probably would have actually worked for me. The big catch is, I couldn't get it to download off of Nexus Mods. So, I can't attest to whether that part downloads. I think they were having problems whenever I went to download it. In case you're wondering why. I want to get the Dry Hills waypoint. That's the only reason I'm actually, like, meandering up here a little bit. I think the longest I've disappeared myself would be, like, 6 months. That site always has some problems. Half the time it's their users. Actually, Nexus Mods is fairly decently moderated these days. At least the few times I've actually gone over there, they do get rid of a lot of like the really bad stuff. And yes, believe it or not, I like moderated platforms. I know that pisses some people off. They want absolutely no censorship, and generally speaking, I don't think there should be actual... I can't say actual censorship, but I don't think that there should be a hard block on only what we allow should exist kind of situation. But I do think keeping it clean enough for a general audience is not a bad idea for a platform. If you want to go to sketchy stuff, go to sketchy websites. There are plenty of them out there, plenty of them that are virus-free. If you really want them. The thing is, if you don't moderate your platform, eventually you'll end up with the Nazi bar problem. And if you guys don't know what that is, it's basically a problem in line with the tolerance paradox, where basically if you let one Nazi in the bar, eventually, even if they're like a super nice person who just happens to have that type of stuff as part of their life. Ooh, this might be good. Nope, it's not. They'll eventually bring their friends in. And their friends will probably be the same kind of person. Eventually, you'll end up with a lot of them there. And it'll be, be really hard to get rid of them. That is a really good ring. Sorry for the random rant there. It just happens. Yep, and then it consumes it all. Oh, ooh, this doesn't have resist is the only thing kind of keeping me away from that. I think we go with that. So now we have another 1+1 all skills. I was not expecting to get a +1 all skills set ring. Now I want to see more of this set. And that do be strong. Okay, that'll sell. We'll sell that anyway as well. Keep those set up there. And no, I'm not keeping the eyes and hearts. We already have one. Am I going to Holy Grail in this? Probably not. You modded Skyrim recently. You love how modding is like a game in itself. In a lot of situations it is, especially if the developer makes their stuff conducive to mods. Okay, so we can get... Yeah, we can only get one more. Okay, that's fine. So we're fine. Do I max out revive? Probably not. I don't need an army of... What would that be? That'd be 31 for that. So it'd be 31 revives plus 12, which would be 43. Plus that, which would be 58. 59, 60, 61. We're not doing blood golems. You're waiting for a D2R sale? They usually have them around Christmas. There will sometimes be summer sales, but usually that's whenever they're releasing a major title at the same time. They might do it around the time that they release the next mod for... Not mod. DLC or expansion, whatever you want to call it, for Diablo 4 as well. Max army. I mean, we could get back a bunch of points. We'd basically be able to get back 3 plus 7, so that's 10. If we gave up the golems. But that also means getting set up takes longer. And yeah, we don't have anything in Dry Hills we need. Oh, so you can play this mod? If you have Lord of Destruction, there is always PD2, which is a pretty decent enough mod. They've been shifting more and more towards PvP, though. You like Diablo 4. You played it when it went free in December, but good game. The cutscenes were awesome. My big gripe with Diablo 4 is that it ends up just being very... Of course, by the time they did that one, the items were improved. But the items were really annoying whenever it first released. And the story had a huge case of MacGuffin-itis for me. It wasn't bad. I actually enjoyed the gameplay. The gameplay was solid. The limit on the number of skills you could have was a little bit disappointing. But they designed it for controllers, so would be why. Yeah, you're playing PD2? I need to play some of the newer versions of it. Last season I played, it was, I think, 2 or 3 of PD2. It's kind of in the same vein as this. This can't do online, though. There's probably people working on getting a D2R mod online, but I think it's out of scope for it. It depends on the type of action RPG. There are some that work well with controller, but yeah, this kind, it's passable, but I'd rather it be designed for mouse and keyboard first and then adapted to controller, so that you have all these interfaces in place where you can have, like, this would not work in Diablo 4. We have too many abilities. That was your same issue. You kept telling yourself you will play the expansion for the story, but D2R and Heroes of Might and Magic 3 keep pulling you in. I can relate to that. I need to play more Heroes of Might and Magic. I have a few of them. 3 is still the best. I 100% agree. 3 is the best. If you like Heroes of Might and Magic, I'm going to make a recommendation to you. And it's a new game. Well, new-ish. It's in early access right now. It is called Silence of the Siren. If you like Heroes of Might and Magic 3, definitely check that out. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. And it's very much more in the classical style of Heroes of Might and Magic. You remember when you played the first Diablo 1? Hey, I just recently released a retrospective on the PS1 version. And yeah, Silence of the Siren is a ton of fun. It is sci-fi. It's very much more, not necessarily Warhammer, but more like a softened down version of Warhammer. Songs of Conquest? I think I have that now. No, I don't, actually. I could check real quick to see. That looks very familiar. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, that's on my short list. That's on my wish list to buy, if I remember correctly. But yeah, there's a lot of good games out there. I think the indie scene, we're about to see a flip, by the way. We're going to see more shutdowns in the AAA space. But we're going to see a flip to indie. We might have a minor crash, if I had to take a wild guess, the way things are going, simply because of the current flood of the market. There's currently, I think it was like 17 or 19,000 games released on Steam in 2024. Your sound glitch? Okay. That's Twitch. Twitch, oddly enough, has, I'm trying to remember how to describe it, but basically sometimes if you're adjusting the sound bar, it'll stick to your cursor, just because the site is designed badly. And then whenever you go to click on another window, it mutes. Hey, Adam, how's it going? Oh, let's see. You said, Jesus, that's a lot of games? Yeah, it really is. I can go look. It was actually, I had a conversation with a press person recently about it. It is... Yes, I'm actually looking at Discord while my minions are fighting. Because we were discussing about like how coverage is difficult to get. That is too far away. Where did he put it? Oh, we need to go find something else to fight. Literally just like wandering to find a group of enemies just so our minions have something to do while I'm reading stuff. That's such a Necro thing. It is... 2024 ended with 19,000 released games. But yeah, that is a ridiculous number. That's on Steam. That's not all games. That doesn't count Switch or PlayStation exclusives. That is just Steam. You're also playing the mod at the moment. Did you try the upgrade function? Upgrading items yet? No, I haven't done that. I didn't actually even look up the formula for it. A lot of games are released just outside. Steam is just a platform. Yep. itch.io has a ton of good indie games. There's a fairly decent short one that's free. I did a video on it on Let's Play Everything. We go to... I think I'm just going to go straight to my studio. But it's basically reverse Souls-like. That was kind of fun. It was a very interesting concept. I really wish there was like a AA that would take up that kind of thing and mess with it. Yep, Let's Play Everything is the channel that I do. Basically, I have a very weird process on how I do videos now. Because originally I started YouTube back in the day just on the same namesake, Alzorath, doing Let's Plays and TCG guides, if you're wondering where I started. Then I progressed up to doing just Let's Plays because I got really tired of a certain TCG that I was covering, and other ones didn't really hook me as much as I would like, so I just did Let's Plays for a while. Then I did First Impressions, then I moved into Diablo 2 guides. That's where most of you probably know me from, and then I went into reviews. Well, I decided, and I already had this kind of concept in my mind beforehand, but after seeing a rather toxic post online about reviewers, I will call them on their bluff. I put the videos of the games I review, like my process of working my way through them, on the Let's Play Everything channel. You remember finding me in a little more weird route than that? I've been all over the place. But now my process is I'll do one-off Let's Play Everything videos or game sampler videos to see if there's something, if it's something I want to cover in a larger scale, and then I will move it to a full playthrough on Let's Play Everything if it's something I want to review. That way there's this commentary with it, because Game Sampler doesn't have that. And then if... yeah, we're going to just murder these guys. Whenever I get done with it, it goes into the storage bin, and I have notes on my desktop, and I will write a review for it eventually and then redirect people here so they can see the process of making it. Think you found me playing Pillars of Eternity? I actually replayed Pillars of Eternity recently. The first one is back up on... like, the 1440p archives are up on YouTube for the first Pillars of Eternity. I have the old version of Pillars of Eternity 2 unlisted on the main channel, but still there. And then we have Pillars of Eternity 2's archive will be coming out. The turn-based version will be coming out probably mid-May, the way things are looking. Maybe a little bit later. Depends on how long this other game I'm having to do is. Yeah, Pillars 2 is really solid. And you found me through Monster Prom. I played the Shadow Guide. That would have been with Maroka and... trying to remember the other one. Who else was there? I think it was Maroka, Tulkas, and... I think it was Matt on that one. Because I think we had one that was just Maroka, Matt, and me. And then we had one that was Maroka, Tulkas, Matt, and me. And then we had one that was Maroka, Tulkas, and me. But yeah, I like the Pillars of Eternity series. I am a little bit fatigued on Real Time with Pause. And I think Gablin will be, which was a person we did that stuff with, will be streaming today as well. What did I think about Avowed? It made me motion sick because there's funk in the Unreal Engine 5. For some reason, their ray tracing is, I don't know whether it's forced on or if it's just weird, but for some reason, the ray tracing in it, and I'm trying to remember the name of it, Eternal Strands had a similar issue where it's not, I mean, the camera work in Eternal Strands is nauseating to begin with, but that's just because I'm sensitive to it. But they both have the RTX motion blur 2.0, basically. So I can't play them for more than like an hour or two without getting just completely taken out for the rest of the day. If I do it before I go to bed, it's a very unpleasant sleeping experience because then I'm just sitting there nauseated, waiting for it to pass so I can go to sleep. But, yeah. I'm looking for a hole in the ground. That game is just pleasant. Maroka, Alzorath. Oh, it was the Fixer one. Oh. That's way far back. That's Strangeland days. I still have that on the main channel. If you actually ever want to watch it. I think it's under... I don't remember what playlist it's on. I can check in just a minute. It is... that game's very optimized too. Couldn't even play it normally. Eternal Strands... I got it eventually with... And there were people actually getting mad at me about how I had the field of vision. I had to put it that way so I wouldn't be as sick. So, Trax, yeah, you have been here almost 4 years. And I do appreciate the support. I actually don't... I think it might just be... like under a Strangelands playlist or something like that. Well, see, I have to have a wide field of view on games like that. Otherwise, it makes me sick faster. Yeah, I've been on YouTube under the premise of gaming, at least, since 2012, so 13 years in one form or another. So I've been around the block. I just have done a variety of things. Thank you for the sub, Don. It really does help. I am bad at expressing it, and I know that's my fault. That's a flaw I need to work on, but I really do appreciate it. I don't think people realize just how much that kind of stuff helps creators my size. If I was huge, here's the thing with content creation. The bigger you are, the more people support you, and the more people basically tip you for your service, I guess, is probably the best way to phrase it. But the less you actually need it. Of course, that's society in general, but that's a whole different discussion. I mean, I could go look it up. That on YouTube, that is. I forget how to do it on Twitch. Got a holy freeze bastard over there. I think one thing, I still don't like the fact that there's no real reason to go chasing down unique mobs in this. Because they don't have guaranteed drops anymore. Have good ideas and know how to put it into words. I struggle with that. But thank you. I think a lot of people kind of hit a point whenever they're creating where it's a bit of a lack of confidence in self rather than a lack of ability. Because making any of the videos that I make is actually not that difficult. But it is a matter of you have to be consistent with it and willing to be pushed through the insecurities. Because I still don't like my voice. But it is something that you just have to get used to. The way my voice sounds in my head is way different than it sounds on YouTube. But yeah, I do. If anyone is at all interested, I'm gonna take these guys because they're better attackers. But if anyone at all is interested in doing YouTube, just do it. Just don't let people like screw you over. Figure out what kind of content you want to watch, not what you want to create, what you want to watch, and then make that content. I accepted it. I didn't break it. This is why you don't hear back your voice on your D&D player vids. I mean, I know the physical reason why the voice sounds different. It's the same thing as looking in the mirror versus looking at a photograph of yourself. You're lopsided the wrong way whenever you look at a photograph. At least according to your brain. I know the psychological reason behind it. It's just, yeah. You recently had a major connection with a character in the DM. You both teared up. Aw. I like those emotional moments. I am sadly bad at instigating them. Okay, there they are. I was like, where's the enemies at? Where are all your enemies at? So you had to hear it again to prep for the next session? Ah. Mainly because I'm more of a... My brain is much more geared towards being a tactical player. So my DM style is a lot more tactical. Like, I will play enemies how they would tactically play. Like, if they're dumb enemies, they'll play a different way than if they're smart enemies. Because this character refound their father who is lost to madness. If you were playing Vampire, I would say, are they Malkavian? So we had a bit of a deep moment when they rediscover each other, and it is the most silent and most powerful moment I've had in a while. Ah, that is a good player to have as well. I have, generally speaking, I need to just get them taken care of. Lycanthropy and strength. Cute. Martial arts. I am going to go ahead and grab this stuff. That's probably a Saigon's. And you took no notes. I need to go back to recording my sessions. Because that actually bit me in the ass recently whenever we had to take a long break. Don't remember where my players were in the arc. So I had to kind of wing it a little bit. Jesus. So amplify damage and cleansing. That's a very... That's an Act 5 weapon. Act 5 mercenary weapon if I ever saw one. You caught yourself doing what you do personally when you encounter hard to deal with things, hide behind your jokes, put it in character, and then you let it go. Was immensely personal experience. Yeah, I had... Gablin's actually called me out on this before. In case anybody's wondering. He did it in the DOS 2 playthrough. Basically, I tend to ruin moments because I have I use gallows humor a lot, and I also use humor to deal with uncomfortable situations, because that's part of my nature. But yeah, I think it's D20 Chronicles. I'm writing that down. Your golden retriever voice. I'm gonna get banned from your channel before I even get there. Oh, there's a lot of D20 Chronicles. Yeah. Now I gotta figure out which one you are. No. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't know if it'll let you post a link to it, but if you put it in the Discord, I can post a link to it. I'm always up for promoting live plays. I kind of want to start one, but I'd rather not be the DM for it. Wow, all of our units can't figure a way through the hole. Come on, up this way. There you guys go. I think this is the right path. If you gain more confidence in your one-shots, you'll do a monthly one. Sweet. But yeah, I like doing D&D. I like doing all that kind of stuff. Am I a exceptional player or DM? No, I just enjoy it. Although I don't think I could mentally DM more than one game at a time. Because generally speaking, I really do go like full ham on this kind of stuff. Let's go ahead and get in here, you idiots. Oh, the revives can't actually move through each other. That is a problem. Okay, let's back off a little bit. They'll eventually work their way in there. You've played with people that like, played the table like those MMORPG, just kill stuff and loot, breaks immersion but laughs for laughs. Yeah. Let's see. RPG Factory. Wow, come on. Wow, I intentionally... Okay, it's the RPG Factory. I tend to DM as a mix of horror, tension, investigation, and drama. I tend to DM... Wow. I hate YouTube search. Can we just say that right now? But no, I think I just killed everything without actually paying attention to this. How'd you win? I don't know. I was there. But no, I try and do a bit of horror and stuff like that. I'm not good at investigation stuff because my kind of puzzles and stuff like that. And if Gablin's listening, this is a spoiler. My approach to puzzles is, yes, I'll have a solution, but if yours sounds cooler, we're going with it. I will change the rest of the story for a cool puzzle solution.
Good evening.
I cannot find it on YouTube, sadly. It is not wanting to find D20 Chronicles. It's just a bunch of them called D20 Chronicles. Go with the flow. If the flow is good, don't impede it. Yeah, actually had a recent, I think the nicest way to call it is discussion. Oh, the channel is the RPG Factory.
Good to see you.
That makes sense. I think I found that. Guessing that one? Yes, I nerd out on stuff. You guys just have to deal with it. We're here to hang out, not to push through this like min-max speed run nonsense. That's... Ooh, I didn't notice we got that bone knife. When did we pick up the bone knife?
Hello.
Man, I need to, like... pay attention to what you're doing, Alzorath. You fool. Ists... Yeah, we actually already have Ist. Hell. Just stacking up the runes so we can continue on. Kind of wish I could just have a bar right here with just the runes in it. So that goes in there, that goes in there. That is
Good to see you.
Necrostabbies. You swear Cola 19 is the best investigation player you've ever had, together with Mark from Humblewood Crew. Is it a proper universe or D&D? Just to hear the clockwork. Yes. Whenever players get into the groove, I love it. I have sat there while people were RPing with each other and just been like, you guys are doing good. Also, I love it when players break my encounter. I still love that my players, bless their heart, brute force their way through an encounter. That was way harder because of it, but they just like bullied it through, and it was great.
Good morning.
The encounter basically, this is Lancer, not D&D, but basically it was an encounter of... Toss those in there. Those in there. I need to rearrange this. Basically, they had a very heavily armored, large opponent that they had to get through to escape. And the mechanic was supposed to be, hey, use your movement forcing effects, such as your tethers and stuff like that. Use your control skills. Or do a hard enough hit and he'll shed armor. So it's easier to damage him. No, they just punched him in the face. Through the armor and just like knocked the crap out of him. It was brutal. Yeah. Other players are all good mood creators. Ooh, that's actually not bad. As a player, I do... Let's go ahead and clean up this a little bit. I think we want to keep you. It's not really a good charm, but we're going to go ahead and keep it. We're going to get rid of those. I'm going to sell that. I need to check if conversion is any different, though. You don't believe that stuff about all game has players type A, B, C, D, E, and F, and so on, but after DMing for a while, you can understand that there are people that bring different stuff to the table. Right now, our Lancer group is... We do have one person who's a bit disconnected. One person that I haven't read yet because they're relatively new. We have one role player and two new players. One of them tends to be leaning more towards tactical gameplay, and the other one kind of is straddling the line. I would like to get them both to open up a bit more in RP, but they're both new players to tabletop. I'm trying... I don't want to spoil anything about it, just in case Gablin's lurking. Because he's one of the players. He's the more RP-focused one as well. He tends to stay in character a bit more. He does tend to play more stoic, kind of the stalwart warrior kind of characters. But he does stay in character a bit more than everybody else. And let's go ahead and get these organized real quick while we're just talking shit. Okay, that's going to put that one at 100. You love people that can kind of enter the character. You can't do that, but you try. I think I'm okay at it. I'm not sure I'm good at conveying what they would do as well as I would like. Like, currently, the D&D campaign that I'm in, I'm playing a Weshelkind called M. And he's a timid but caring character. He's kind of... He's somewhere between chaotic neutral and chaotic lawful. He is chaotic. He's just more subdued because he's a shy character. And he's bad at expressing emotions because he's spent over a decade on his own without, like, companionship. So, keeping that plus his stubbornness in check is... And while trying to keep it fun to play is a thing. And I think our exit was up here. And the thing about M as a character, by the way, the one that I'm playing, the Weshelkind, is that I have seen the buttons I want to push several times, but he wouldn't have pushed the buttons. So I don't push the buttons. That's one reason why. Like, Alzorath the player, there's this thing that's kind of like haunting his dreams. Oh, haunting M's dreams, that is. Where it wants him to give up something to get his end goal, which is... He wants to be a real... He has very much a Pinocchio complex. He wants to be a real boy. I would listen to it, but I'm not... I'm streaming right now, so I can't, but... I'm sure your voice sounds fine. Everyone hates their own voice, especially whenever it's... not in a way that they're expecting. Yeah, He has some trauma, and he has unrealistic expectation. He thinks that if he's a real person, people will accept him. He's very much He's been chased out of villages because he's a Fey abomination. That's what Weshelkinds are. They're basically a puppet people, but the way they're created is some Fey entity. In the case of him, it was a hag. Kidnaps a child and replaces them with a doll. The Weshelkind is the doll. So he basically was a kidnapped child. It was eventually discovered his father loved him. His mother kind of was like, this isn't really my kid. This is, but she kind of came to the understanding of, okay, he didn't ask for this either. I'm going to treat him kindly kind of situation. But she never treated him as her real son, whereas the father did. And simply put, he got fucked up by a lot of stuff, and then he got chased off from the village because people were like, your kid's not growing. This is kind of strange and creepy. What is wrong with him? And yeah, just disappeared. What should every dungeon master have? Ooh. That's a tough one. Is it? For me, it varies depending on what kind of players you have. Imposter syndrome. Well, I mean, every DM has imposter syndrome. Every YouTube, well, not every YouTube creator. There's some narcissistic fuckers. But every good DM does have imposter syndrome, so I guess that's true. Because I know that Brennan and Matt Mercer and most of the good DMs I've worked with have actually been like, do you guys enjoy this? Is it good? I know for damn sure I feel like I'm just letting my players down every single time I DM, but they keep coming back, so I guess that's a thing. I think the next game I'm going to run, though, is going to be a modified D&D as a segue into my own system. I think the current battle that my players are part of has dragged on a bit too much, though. I made them fragile, evasive enemies, and unfortunately, most of the people making attacks have had really shitty RNG luck. So when they hit, they almost kill them in one shot. It's just, they haven't hit as much as I thought they would. We stopped mid-combat because one of the players was exhausted. And health always comes before play. You never see Mercer or Brennan more alive than when tension is high. Watch their faces whenever someone breaks their encounters or whenever someone breaks the situation. You can tell that they are like a kid at a candy store. It is great. Just the feeling of your players either discovering something or doing something that you, like discovering a way to break something or doing something that just completely changes the dynamic of an encounter is excellent. Oh, it's actually Blade Buckle. I was half expecting that not to be Blade Buckle. And I do think every unique thing in here is, like, unique throwing weapon is ethereal. Grumblewood and Eberron Galas both have been broken in less than 3 sort of segments when they have to take 4 or 6. Okay. But yeah, DMing is a lot of work. Think generally speaking, it felt easier when I was in like high school to do it. Like I still have to finish setup for Saturday's game. And it's currently what? It's Friday. I haven't even made the maps for them to go on to. I should have had that done 2 weeks ago. In high school, you had time. In high school, you also had a more, not necessarily captive audience, but an audience that was reliably in one location consistently. Whereas nowadays, it's like, yeah, people want to and people look forward to it. It's just a matter of, oh, I have work that day, or I'm exhausted, I'm sick, or I'm traveling, or any number of other things. Okay, Greater Talons will identify in case we want to go with a assassin next. I don't know what class we're playing next. Oh, they actually killed all this stuff down here already. Jesus. Last RPG you played was Naruto themed, very good too. That one was great, but it was like 3 sessions. I have a very difficult time. Excuse me. I have a very difficult time doing short playthroughs. Like the short one recently was, I think, a year long for chapter 1. I'm not good at small campaigns, even though I do need to. That's a year with missing a few weeks. It wasn't like 52 sessions. I think it was a grand total of, jeez, trying to think, because we had 1, 2. Okay, so it was to there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we had maybe like half a year's worth of sessions. So maybe a 50% hit rate on it, but...
Hello.
You're at an age where your former guildmates' kids now continue their mom and dad's characters? Jesus. I mean, I'm also at that age, but I don't have any kids. I suppose I could, like, drag my niece and nephew into RPGs, although I'm not sure they'd like them. I think my niece would want to make artwork for it, and my nephew would probably be interested in a while, but he'd probably be a min-maxer if I had to guess. Your friends are all getting kids, but you do not wish to bring a kid into this land just yet. I feel that. I don't want kids. I never wanted kids. I know, but I have a variety of reasons. But needless to say, I wouldn't want to subject a person who did not have any say in the matter to the things they would have to go through if I had a kid. And I don't think a lot of people consider I think a lot of people are like, oh, we're in love, we're going to make a kid. Rather than, oh, we're bringing a person into this world. What is the situation? There is a very decent gap between those. And also, would my genetics make sure that kid has a good quality of life? Yes, no. And then all that kind of stuff. Most people think about just bumping uglies. I'm convinced that a lot of people just don't think, period. But that's a bit of a pessimistic view of humanity. I should have a little bit of faith in humanity, but that's your alignment. Yeah, no planning. There really are a lot of people who just, I don't think they realize getting it on, basically, get kids. Of course, I did know someone, this was a coworker that told me way too much personal information. I told them they were pregnant before they knew they were pregnant. That's how much people know about pregnancy. It's like, come on. They basically just went down the laundry list of symptoms and were just like, I just don't feel good. Yeah, okay, how don't you feel good? Oh, okay. Do you know what that means? I just don't feel good. It must have been something I ate. No. Wasn't something, well, it might have been something you ate, but in a whole different context than you mean. It probably doesn't help that people tell me way too much personal information whenever they meet me in person. That's the American education system for you. We can't have sex ed because we can't have people knowing that sex makes babies. People wonder why I say I kind of want to expatriate. Oh, we've got, I think that's fanaticism over there. Yeah, it's amazing how many people don't know things they should have learned in high school biology. Or a lot of this stuff I learned with like a really crappy, because I lived in a conservative state whenever I was little, and even as a teenager. Even in that crappy level of sex ed, we learned most of this stuff. I can only imagine people who lived it, what you had to do to avoid that in places where, you know, it's more progressive.
This is fantastic.
You live in Brazil, and man, here people simply just go. Oh, improving education is very, very important. I'm glaring at this item. In case anybody's wondering, yes, I'm glaring at it because I saw a unique Shaco. Or Shaco, or Shikako. Shakira. I saw a unique Shakira and was like, okay. That's, no, it's not. This is basically XP farming version of Peasant's Crown. I'm sorry. 1 second, getting a drink. Okay, I think I'm okay. Eyes a little watery after that coughing fit. I don't know what it is. It feels like just like some pollen bloom happened or something. But yeah. I am a firm believer that education is vitally important. But a lot of people don't really get exposed to it. And right now we're moving in the opposite direction here, so it's kind of like, okay, that sucks, but I mean, I'm not in the education system, and my niece and nephew are technically homeschooled, so we can kind of deal with it. Welcome back. I'm just over here dying. We're talking about the poor state of education in the Maracas. It's I am. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Education is important, but contents of the teaching is too. Yes, it is. You actually want accurate information. I also find the subjects that we teach in the US to be mildly lackluster. There was a minor issue with the drainage. I mean, yeah, that happens. Especially when, I don't know about there, but whenever you have a place that has like forced like low flow toilets and stuff, it gets even worse. I'm gonna go ahead and get my pedaling thing out. You might hear some noises for a second as I adjust everything under my desk. There we go. In case you guys are wondering, yes, I exercise while I'm streaming, not like break a sweat, super high heart rate exercising, but I am almost constantly pedaling, which is, I don't know if it comes through on the mic or not. Yeah, I'm not a great teacher. I have taught before, but I am not a great teacher. Frankly, you do like we have what you call practical education, at least in your country. Yeah. Unfortunately, in the US, everything has to be designed around monetization. We are the microtransaction country. But I don't know if this is going to be the right one or not. I can't get a good angle on it. You're not in the US, but even on your side, you hear that the students get past the next grade regardless of their grades. To an extent, it's not quite like that, but... And I think this is actually the right way. It has gotten way more lax in that regard, and also we've had a lot more restriction on what can be taught. In the US, yeah, it's getting bad in that regard. I do not like the... Oh yeah, this is the wrong way. I don't like how we've basically gone the route of more hyper-religious focus on a lot of things and removal of things that fly against a specific religion. And I'm not even talking about that religion, like, they're not speaking down on the religion, they're just teaching things that that particular religion doesn't particularly like. Like sex ed is hard to get by in this. If you have taxpayers that earn more because they're educated, well, it doesn't even matter if they earn more because they're educated. Because, yes, you would make more tax revenue that way. But if you have a better educated populace, you are better able to respond to problems. Period. That is just a straightforward, like, you should understand this dynamic there. If you have a better educated populace, you are more likely to have your country succeed, even whenever there are bad situations. Period. Do not pass go. Do not yell at the manager. Just go. But no, we are in a situation where I'm going to build up 1 million of these. A situation where it's anti-intellectualism. It's being substituted out for nationalism, which is scary as hell to me. But there's only so much I can do. I can rant about it until I'm blue in the face. Let's see. You horrify your European colleagues when you say you're the only engineer in the regulation process of your field. I mean, that kind of sucks, but at the same time, yeah. That's craziness. What are you guys doing back there? Just stuck? They'll teleport up to me eventually, but damn. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and get these. Actually, no, I'm going to get specters. Because then we don't have to worry about them getting stuck places. There. Now we have a nice little mix of confusing fire, which we won't know whether it's friendly or enemy. And ourselves. How much is revive? It is 45 mana per cast. That's ridiculously expensive right now. Means less hands-on experience when you regulate? Yeah. See what this is. It's the Vaunt Fury. This is probably a barbarian set. It's indestructible. It's interesting. It also, whether that's good or bad, also depends to an extent on what specific field you're in as well. Like, being the only engineer in a graphic design field or something like that would mean absolutely nothing. But being the only engineer in, say, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Basically, whenever you do the engineering stuff for city works, you're the only one in natural gas and bio. Oh, God. I mean, that has me mildly concerned. That is something you would want more than one engineer on. I can see why they react that way. I comprehend the situation. I don't comprehend this situation. I think they were stuck in the platform, and their shield and stuff was the only thing showing through it. Because they were probably positioned, as far as the game was concerned, on a level below that. On a lower Z-axis. You have a new hire coming in, that's good to hear. I have been in a decent number of situations where I was the only one that knew how to do something. And when I wasn't there, it just never got done. That's probably the closest I can relate to that. I am technically not an engineer, even though I studied software engineering, which is also even if I would have gotten that degree, I wouldn't consider myself an engineer. The one I hate is when people call themselves freaking prompt engineers. I want to punch them in the face when they say that. I don't know why that gives me such like just a visceral gut reaction when they say that, but it makes me just like, I hate this person already. I don't trust their opinion. They are uneducated pieces of shit. As soon as I hear prompt engineer, I know I shouldn't just jump to conclusions like that, but How do you even? Your point has been that how do you regulate and even do inspections when you know jack about what you're looking at? Exactly. Lordy. Exactly. There. Go ahead and start getting these set up. And the reality is you can't. You can be trained to look for certain things, but unless you know how it functions, you're not going to really have a proper understanding of how it works. You're just looking for, oh, is this cracked? Oh, is this specific set of checklist items a problem? And we went the wrong way again. If you know how it works, you know how to look for, oh, this may not be on that checklist, but it's not supposed to be this way. This is abnormal behavior. Something's off. Like, there's a reason why. If... Here's my blue collar coming out. But
To see you.
if I got onto a forklift and drove it around a little bit, even if I didn't know that particular model of forklift, I could tell you if something's wrong with it. Accountants, they know what to look for that's wrong, but... Okay, they know what to look for that's wrong, but how to fix it, though, is a different question, I'm guessing. Like, there's this story, your colleagues get companies to send in how much biomass they use for biogas production. And every year you get this checklist, and we go through their production anyway, so they lie, and it's easy to spot. I've been there. I've been on the other end of bullshit numbers. Oh, lordy.
Good evening.
Especially if you know their processes. Now, only this year someone had the idea to compare it with the environmental permits they got, and that tells you how much they use, and they found 20 out of 58 basically polluting more than is allowed. That does not surprise me. That doesn't surprise me in the least. That it really doesn't surprise me at all. That happens so much. Twitched so hard. The rage. Why is it not an annual check? You found backlog cheating for at least 10 years on some. There's probably a few reasons for that. Not good reasons, but there's probably reasons. Manpower being one of them. Paperwork, backlog could be one of them. I know, and this is because they refuse to hire enough people for it, there's a lot of backlogs that form around here because they don't want to hire enough people to process it. Engineer frustration noise. Yeah. I feel that. But yeah, it's... Especially recently, they've been doing things that increase the problems without providing any solutions to any problem. They're just making more problems just for the sake of making more problems, it feels like. I'm glaring at you, Musk. You and your little teen boy squad. Is anyone else, like, completely creeped out by that, by the way? It gives me really creepy vibes. Not just... I mean, the stuff they're doing is absolutely fucking stupid. But just, like, the people he chose. Ignoring their incompetence and everything else. Just the type of people he chose gives me creep vibes. Because teenagers can be bought, no offense to the American youth, but yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Admittedly, don't know a lot of American teenagers anymore because don't interact with them. Fun fact, even on YouTube, my demographic doesn't have anyone below 18 on it. It literally listed as 0%. That's true even on the Let's Play channel, which is very weird because usually Let's Play channels do have a younger audience. Because I've seen the behind-the-scenes stuff on it for a lot of other creators, and it's very strange. But yeah, pretty much the Let's Play Everything channel does lean closer to 18, but the main channel still doesn't drop below that either. Which I consider a win, but to each their own. No offense to teens and kids out there, but I'm geared more towards, you know, people my age. Some people in your country absolutely believe Musk is the Antichrist, and the next thing he'll do is install the Mark of the Beast microchips. Oh, so the same rumor they were making about Bill Gates for ages. And his massive amounts of farms. For those wondering, why is Bill Gates buying up all this land? He doesn't have that much land. He's nowhere near even the top landowner in the world. The top landowner is the freaking Catholic Church. Although that might have been supplanted by now. But as far as my opinion on Musk, he's just a fucking idiot. He's an idiot who got a lucky break in life. That is all he is. And the people that worship him are as dumb as the people that think he's some kind of evil genius. Genius should not be a word you use to describe that poor excuse of a man. He bought the founder title. Was his big thing. He freaking bought a founder title. Let's go ahead and get some normal skulls up here. The people that think he invented anything. He's a mediocre programmer at best. Like, I would, even though I am 20 years out of practice with it, I would put my programming against his most likely. And I wager we'd be about on par with each other. Despite the fact that I haven't done any coding, except for a little bit for like StreamerBot in damn near 20 years. Oh, Big? Yeah, I love that movie. And yes, it does give that kind of vibes. So that just massacred all my minions. I mean, we still have enough to reform, so I'm not upset. It's like circle's the one, so it's going to be on the right side, I think. That's how you imagine Musk, but without talent or charm. Exactly. His it's not a Nazi salute, but he just went on to say Nazi shit. Yeah. Not your salute. I mean, the salute doesn't help your case, but it's not the salute that told us your belief system there, bud. Laminated Mussolini. I prefer Shitler and Gerbil Brain, but and what's stupid is even as if he just like openly accepted that he is like stopped letting his ego get stroked and just accepted how daft he was, people wouldn't have a problem with him. If he just followed through on actually doing the good things he said he was going to do, even if he did have the same ego he has now, people wouldn't have a problem with him. It's like he is just going for what is the worst direction we can go and double downing on it. It's, please. Learn to be human, you lumpy piece of moronic clay. I guess Circle is on the top then. And they are wandering off to fight random crap. I'm not going to, but they can. What level are we? We are 83. I should probably look at the quest and make sure it actually is Circle. It is. There it is. Top left. And the salute, like, take a look at the official picture of the elite before the games in 1936. The difference we are discussing here is if it's Goebbels or Mustache Joe's salute. Yeah. Both no Germans doing a salute. Exactly. But yeah, there's also like a chasm of intellect to be had there. Okay, so we have a pretty gnarly setup right now. Their AoEs are wrecking the crap out of me. I do want some of these gore bellies. They are solid. There's another one. Yeah, gore bellies, solid guys. I still don't understand why Musk decided he had to lie about frickin' whatchamacallit, Path of Exile and Diablo 4. So bewildering to me. Oh, they're already killing the gore bellies? You jerks. And yeah, I do need to be summoning up stuff behind us, unfortunately. Because, let's go ahead and grab the MP5 there. They're going to start reviving that stuff as soon as we run out of enemies in front of us. Sorry if I'm concentrating a little bit. This is actually a fairly decent fight going on in here. Go ahead and summon you off of that. We're making our way forward. It's not like we're doing absolutely horribly here. It's just this is becoming more and more of a slog. It's mostly because of these unravelers, by the way. Why can't I move? There we go. Let's go and grab you. Let's see. Sorry for dropping your viewers. No, it doesn't. We could talk about whatever I feel like talking about. It doesn't bother me. And yes, I do talk about politics sometimes on this. I'm the one who brought up Musk to begin with because of all the different education discussion. But it didn't actually drop the views that much. They mostly just transferred over to YouTube. if you're curious where the numbers are, it literally like 1-for-1 transferred over. It's kind of funny. But yeah, difficulty is in hell is up for this. You also have negative 120% instead of negative 100% for hell. There's a few things like that. I'm going to go ahead and revive you and you. Do we have any more bodies in there? We do not. But yeah, hell, it has been made more difficult. And we're not using corpse explosion simply on principle. For anyone wondering, why no corpse explosion? Well, that's why. It would probably make this a lot easier, because then we just get the first kill and sweep. Especially with amp damage up. Although it is worth noting, amp damage is weaker in this. Okay, so we have a front line in here. Let's go ahead and form some Skelly Magi in here so they're not behind us anymore. There we go. Now they're all out there. And I think we're still on players 3 as well. Now we're on players 1 for sure. I don't know if we swapped it out or not. But yeah, viewers just come and go as life comes and happens. We are here to just hang out. Like I've said before, Twitch, yes, it is part of like my how I stay afloat strategy, but YouTube is still like the cornerstone of that kind of stuff. This is for hanging out. This is more for just chill and relaxing. It is still work, but there's another Unraveler down, and we have a whole crew in there too. But yeah, we should be okay in all this. As they focus down that damn... The sarcophaguses in this difficulty are always a pain in the ass. Even in the original game. They're just tanky bastards. They're HP pools. I think this is going to be a cross-shaped area. Yeah, maybe not. I guess I was wrong. I thought it was going to go down into a cross-shaped area, but no, it didn't. Thank you for the gifted subs. I recognize most of those names. The almighty lurkers. And for those wondering, yes, as a creator, if I really wanted to, I could see who's in chat, just lurking. I'm never going to call you out. I'm never going to cause problems like that. I just want you to enjoy yourself and have a good day. But yes, thank you for the gift subs. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. It didn't do what you expected? Huh? Oh. Also, if you use bits now and stuff like that, you can unlock a special emote on the Twitch side. Because there's a Hipe train going on. That is one advantage to being a smaller creator. There doesn't need to be like 95 subs for it to be a hype train. Bits are too complex, you're too old for that. I know the feeling. As far as revenue split, I forget what it is, because I think it is... It does depend a little bit on what country you're from, as to how much markup it is on it. I think if you go with the price of bits into how much the creator gets, I think it's something like a 20% markup or something like that. Don't remember for certain. Your American money being fired at your face. Rather it not be American money. American money, I have a feeling within the next 10 years is going to be worthless. I know that's kind of a mildly dark thing to broadcast into the universe, but if things continue going as they are, it's gonna go down. Shall make an open sandwich. You shall be back shortly. Ooh, sandwich actually sounds really good right now. I'm not super hungry, but do we bother clearing that other room? I don't think it's going to be the right way. We can try it. If it is, it's going to be a hook on this side. Their money's like 7-1 to the dollar. For me, the way I look at money, by the way, like currencies in specific areas, is more in realms of disposable income aspects. Like, how much do you earn per month? Oh, this is the right way. Okay, I'm glad we came back. But in terms of disposable income, like what percent of your income is worth it? And as far as America is concerned, most people don't have disposable income in the U.S. We are very quickly becoming kind of like Brazil in that regard, where a lot of the population has issues with revenue versus cost of living. The currency itself might be okay, but people getting that currency don't have buying power. Okay, we're looking okay. If our minions would actually come and help, I'd be even more grateful. There we go. Another clay golem, another mage. Another mage, thank you. Yeah, one of the big downsides of a summon build is revival units, because we can't focus them down unless we have telestomping abilities. Which I don't currently have, because we haven't found a Naj's Puzzler or done any shopping for a teleport staff. Key of Hate. We got that from the summoner, by the way. What chest was it? It was Chill Girl emote. That's cool. And that is a permanent unlock. I don't know what determines which ones you get, or if you can get duplicates of the emojis. I don't know much more about the hype trains on there. I do wish we had a similar function on YouTube, but YouTube, generally, their streaming side is the unwanted child. You can kind of tell it's necessary evil to compete with Twitch, I do think Twitch would have been better off not doing the restrictions on VODs and instead actually establish it as a discovery method to compete directly with YouTube on that front. I think they could have been successful at it, but they just chose not to. It's just one of those beasts. Slowly having... Duriel's gonna die before the sarcophagi. Mainly because he's killing himself on the thorns. That's sad. It tells you how tanky those little bastards are. Most of our units aren't even focusing him. See? He's dead before them. That would be really embarrassing. To kill Duriel and die to some of the stuff coming out of the sarcophagi. Do we sit here and wait for them to finish it? Maybe. That is unfortunate. We're not going to be able to use that. It doesn't have self-repair or indestructible. Coronet. That's confused. It's very confused. Okay, so off to Act 3 we go. We're, of course, going to identify stuff. In your own playthrough, it's like 50% of the uniques you get are Eth. Wonder if the rates are adjusted there. They might be. They might very well be. It is worth noting that every single throwing item we've gotten has been ethereal. So I think they are forced Eth in that case. We're going to sell you. We're going to keep that, but... just because we are trying to collect at least one of each unique. I doubt I'm going to actually Holy Grail, but one of those things I'd like to have. Hycondra. That seems like an early paladin weapon. Okay, so we need these in there. That. We have a bunch of ways to turn things to rares now. 10 mana can be sold. Keep you, because you're a new unique. You know what, we'll probably actually start keeping the keys on us now that I think about it. Lightning damage and a fire damage jewel. Those are actually not bad to have for those that are curious. There's a lot of things you can do with that even in the vanilla game. This belt, level 57 requirement means that we probably wouldn't end up using it, but we're going to keep it for now anyway in case we do a barbarian. It's something we can have in kind of its B list. And yes, I am currently cooking. 27.7. I think the ones we have are better. Nope, that's better. That one could be sold. Where's Farah at? She is just hiding back there. She doesn't want to be seen. What's the amulet I'm using right now? It is Grim Talisman. It's a paladin amulet with resists. We're not well kitted out. We're kind of moderately kitted out. We're definitely solo self-found gearing still. I love finding this. This feels like something that we would use on a melee caster. Enhanced weapon damage. So basically, you're getting yourself extra damage added to the aura stack from that, because it's off weapon enhanced damage %. So the way the math works is that's basically like a might aura, just that %, and it stacks like normal with that, with additive. It has experience gain and +1 all skills, so you could actually go with, like, say, an enchantress and have that be fairly decent for you to get some physical damage coming out of it. With topaz, oh yeah, you can add stuff to it. I haven't bothered messing with it, but I think I'd rather have resist. I don't know if that actually works though. I have the window over here. I suppose I could look at recipes. Okay, conversion could turn it into a unique. If we make another rare amulet. Although I don't think that... Oh, yeah, it turns it into a unique amulet. Craft item, amulet, 1 jewel, and Tal rune and gem any. Generate mana. So we have crafted items for magic amulets. What? I wish I would have looked at this crafting stuff before. Because there's a way to make skill amulets. It becomes a sorceress skill amulet crafted. But it takes an Om and a Sir. I'll need to look through some of these recipes. There's a lot of recipes on the wiki. It's one of those things that I generally didn't look too far into because I want to just discover a lot of the stuff. But yeah, the topaz, I think it's in there. Here, let's go ahead. We'll pop this over here. I forget what the other gem types did. No, it doesn't actually say on it. Okay. The one in game, I think, is in the little help menu. You need to log into your Blizzard account to download Diablo 2 again? Ha ha ha! Welcome back to the addiction! Seriously, they're trying to turn Battle.net into a Steam competitor, and I don't think that's going to work out well. But yeah, you do have this one, I think. No? Where is it? There it is. Item upgrades. You can upgrade 3 times on each. For amulets, diamond is tier rune. Or +5 all resistance. We might actually take that on this amulet. We might do that 3 times. We have plenty of jewels. We have plenty of tier runes. We have the skull and magic jewel one for necromancer skills, which might be more beneficial to us, but it wouldn't work if we keep it as a paladin amulet for later. So I think we're going to do the tier rune one. So we need 3 diamonds, 3 magic jewels, and 3 tier runes. I think is what that said. How many items do we have a roll on that with? It is 2 times, so we only need 2 of each. So 2 diamonds, 2 jewels, and 2 tier runes. Yeah, I'd rather have the resists. I mean, we have 124 gems to mess with, so we can kind of go around with that. We need 2 jewels. What are our crappiest jewels we have? We're going to take the energy one. We'll take that. Or we'll do that one instead. That adds a little bit more. And we've got 2 of 2 upgrades. So what are our resists looking at now? It's still negative fire resist, but not as bad. Yeah, we hurt on those resists. We could do it on this ring as well. But I'm not super sold on that. I would need to see... I didn't check if that formula was the same for rings. Okay, amulets. Ooh. We could do one-handed weapon ones as well. Magic find, gold find, HP life per kill, and then we have individual resists on that. Weapons. I don't like any of these. The increased cast rate would be nice, but it's not great. Shield. And does this actually work on unique items? I think it does. So shield 1 might be worth it. It's kind of expensive for what it is, though. Because 2% resist all. You get 5? To just be a 10% resist all? That's not really worth it right now. Because we already have 50. It would just boost it from 57 to 67. But yeah, that's an okay amulet. I don't feel bad investing in that one. I think I would feel bad investing in this. Helmet. Yeah, it's got the same kind of formula where it's diamond and magic jewel for 2% resists. We could stack it if we wanted to, but it's not worth it. I'd actually probably rather do the ruby one. Ruby or sapphire. Guess is that you can't use your old purchases to run Diablo 2 from a Battle.net account, so you have to go to the old Battle.net? What? I'm not sure what issue. If you're talking about Diablo 2 LOD, I think it'll only accept the key for that for one account. Sadly. Oh no, talk to Jaren. Oh, you don't own Resurrected, yeah. Yeah, he knows they're different. LOD. Yeah, it only will take your key for one account.
Greetings, Jaren. Hello.
So your old key is probably on your old account. Your old key will only allow you to do reinstall it in old-fashioned way. Ah.
Welcome.
Don't forget Glide Wrapper. For all that is unholy, do not forget Glide Wrapper. Oh, does it actually not let you use the client for that? I never checked. I guess not. Yeah, you actually have to go through the website. I didn't even think to check that. Because I just have the installer saved on an external hard drive. I didn't even think of that. Because I only have the one key anyway. Okay, so we've got a decent army. Let's go ahead and proceed forward, I think.
Good day.
We did clear up a little room in here so we can move our junk jewels over. These are actually not that bad of junk jewels. Oh, let's see. What else do we have in here? We do have a 3-socket death mask. I could look up some more rune words. In fact, let's go ahead and look up some, see if we can actually make a new one. Rune words, select type, helm, 3-socket. What the hell is warp? Orthol ith? Do I waste it on that item? Seeing what else we have. We've got Cure, Ground, Hearth, Temper, Piety. We don't have a Lem for, I don't think. Oh, we do have a Lem. That's Lemnef Shale. That might be more like what we want to make. In fact, that is probably what we are making. Piety. Dream Metamorphosis, we already know that was Authority. Has a Zod in it. Oh, 22-minute download now? Holy shit. I'm sorry. That's not good. It's Cham Bear Zod Bear for Authority. That's +2 all skills. Slows target, cannot be frozen, indestructible, but it doesn't have any resist on it. I do think we just make Piety. Lem Nef Shale. We're making new rune words here, folks. There is a reason I'm not just putting it straight in there. I am very neurotic about getting these right. So I will generally actually sit here and double check it real quick. Lem Nef Shale. Yeah, that's better than a lore. That helps us out more than actually investing all that in some stuff. Time for some rabies nonsense. It has variable resist. It's between 15 and 25 resist all. We got crappy rolls on all of it. We're 3% off minimum on magic resist and all resist. Our enhanced defense is kind of in the midpoint. We're 22 off of minimum, 13 off of maximum. And everything else is fixed. You also check 3 times before putting in the runes. I shouldn't worry about it with a freaking... The only one there that I'm worried about losing is the Lem rune, but I think we can pull them out with items. But still, that's fine. I don't think I'm going to go with Spirit Shield for a while, because this is extremely nice. Yeah, it is expensive. It is... We can get it from Hrotley as well, I believe. It is currently... We get 61,000 for the jewel pliers, 117,000 for the rune pliers. Now we look a little bit evil. One thing I do kind of wish... And this is going to sound kind of like a weird one. And I don't know how... I think it would be really hard to force without a code change. Would be on shop generation, include a couple non-magical, even at the high level. Like, force that. That way, people can still buy, like, elite items with sockets. So you don't have to sit there and do non-magic find grind. Actually, what do we have on weapon swap, by the way? Oh, we still have... Okay. I forgot we even, like, had anything on that weapon swap. Some uniques we haven't used in forever. Go get him, guys. Swarm the man in the robe. Yeah, we lost a lot of our revives from that. That's fine. We don't want those as revives. They're slow as hell. What we want is either flying enemies, gloams, that kind of stuff. Players can be okay as like a filler, but I'd rather have the big guys. I don't mind the big dudes not going away, but although I do think that the buff they get is a little bit smaller from that than usual. Let's go ahead and get these guys as the filler. They're just big swingers anyway, but it's fine. We didn't get a good group of enemies on this initial area.
A worthless statue. Perhaps I can trade this for something better.
You'd think our character would know that it's not a worthless statue by the third time you come through this. It actually looked like your revives just punched the man in the robe in the ground. I mean, not far off. They do just gank him. I am explicitly noting that revives do not lack collision, while the skeletons and stuff do lack collision. Those would be better than our little frog guys. They're a bit less damage, but flying and they can get around the garbage. Kind of promised yourself you wouldn't try Resurrected. I mean, it's a faithful remaster, which is saying something these days, this day and age. I keep bouncing off of, speaking of remasters, I do keep bouncing off of the Final Fantasy VII remaster. I still haven't even finished the first one of the supposedly trilogy. I have to say supposedly trilogy because not all three have released yet. It's not that it's bad, it's just that it's Final Fantasy 15 style combat. Which I just don't find to be exceptionally compelling. Yeah, it functions good. And it's a lot easier to get running than Diablo 2 LOD, especially on newer systems. I'm assuming you're running like Windows 11. Or maybe Windows 10. Windows XP still runs it fine. It's just security risk. I can't speak on Windows 8 or because I never actually did that. Windows 7 runs it mostly fine. Not perfect, but yeah. See, for the Final Fantasy VII remake, isn't there also the option not to use the new system for gameplay? I don't remember. I bounced off of it twice, but I never looked like deep into the options. I just played it kind of how it defaulted to. More so you wish they could have the same they did to the remaster remake of Monkey Island. You could swap the two types of graphics. Yeah. You can do that in this. Not in Final Fantasy VII, though. Final Fantasy VII, they've also kind of marketed as a retelling as opposed to necessarily a remaster. The heresies you do. I'm sorry. Hey, at least if we start doing, like, just game nights or something on the Discord, you'll be able to join in. It is a retelling, yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, when I start having time, I do plan to actually do some stuff on the Discord as far as playing games and stuff. I don't expect it to have, like, hundreds of people knocking at the doors. I've also thought about just doing a West March style campaign on there as well. Just the thing is, I wouldn't be able to do it like consistent schedule, so that would be the big reason why it would have to be West March. Because it'd just be whoever shows up gets to be part of it. I would announce something like that ahead of time, though, so people would be able to make characters. And so I could approve characters as well. Because DMing stuff, while I am fairly, like, sure, go for it with third-party stuff, I do tend to, just generally, want to see it first. So, like, the rules may be, oh, just core system, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. Or officially released books. But just ask Gablin. I have literally... I pretty much... He made a mech design and I adjusted it explicitly so it's like a custom one. It's not even third party. It's literally he made this. That is his mech now. And I just had to tweak it a little bit. I even actually improved the power of some of the stuff. Decrease some of the others. That would be a little bit of a nightmare for me. But there is opportunity for him to get those decreased things back. You could always do what you did, which was Radiant Citadel from one end to the other, or just the entire Humblewood catalog. I mean, when you redo Humblewood catalog, feel free to tag along. Ah. I don't own the Humblewood stuff yet, but it does look very interesting. I'm going to identify that first. Target slow, poison damage over 4 seconds, max. It's mediocre. I'm not sure I'd actually end up using that. Run, walk, 38. That's just like all the cold resist in the freaking world. What does she have as boots? She's got fire and lightning. I think we keep her current boots. Now, if I see any little, like, break-off points where we could get the waypoint, I'm going to take them, just because if we have to go through Marsh, a lot of these places, yeah, we got, like, damaged and stuff. We got a little bit low on life in the... Go ahead and grab that as well. Yeah, we got a little bit low on life in Act 2 in some places, but it wasn't, like, the end of the world kind of stuff. Here, I am legitimately afraid of Gloams because our resists are not quite up to snuff with that. We only have 13 lightning resist. And yes, I am just identifying stuff. Bone Wall. I mean, this isn't doing that much for us anymore. The faster run rock and the incorporeal are nice. Why not? Now we have Bone Wall. The hell was that noise? Sorry, that was a noise in real life. I don't know how to explain what it sounded like, but that was a strange noise. Now we have Bone Wall, which I have a feeling our minions will be able to pass through. We can test it out whenever we encounter some enemies next. Can our skeletons pass through Bone Wall? Yes. No, actually they can't. Your feel with Humblewood was mainly their races. The appeal to was, well, you're either a 6 to 7 foot tall reindeer that is kind and noble, or a 3 foot tall sparrow paladin that's too big for his boots. Blame not having to be playing a centaur. I am glad that more love has been given to the monstrous races. Unfortunately, if I do any lore development sessions, like world lore, like if I'm playing it through my world, I won't be able to have a lot of monstrous races starting out. Okay, so that's actually going to be on 8. We're running out of skill slots here, folks. This would never work in not Final Fantasy, I mean in Diablo 4. Yeah, I back when I was a teenager, even like in my early 20s, I was very much the person who just played elf or just played dwarf. Very pumpkin spice latte characters. I'm glad I've kind of moved away from that. I like having the option to play some of these weird things or more interesting things that basically the race and class have backstory built into them. Still Halfling Major. Halfling is one. Halfling and, to an extent, Gnome are the classes I don't play very much of. Your job is your shins in chaos. I can do chaos. Chaos is fun. When people like push the limits of a world, that's always enjoyable as well. Okay, I think where we want to be first is we want to check if there's a pass through here. I doubt there will be, judging by the shape of this, but there could be. If we run across Great Marsh first, I'm going to walk the rest of Spider Forest looking for a Great Marsh bypass. Because I think one of the fun things about Act 3 that a lot of people just don't pay attention to is the fact that Act 3 is one of the... It's actually, I think, the only non-linear act in the game. Because it's the only act where Great Marsh doesn't always connect to Flayer Jungle. Halfling Giant Barb. Excuse me, all those jokes about throwing me all the time. It's my turn now. Fun little tidbit. I do have a character pretty much that is that. Although it's, if I remember correctly, I have it as a gnome. I don't remember for sure. That is a giant barb. I also keep threatening to enlarge Marius in the D&D. Marius is a fighter in the D&D campaign that I am in. I am a druid. I keep threatening to enlarge or reduce him. I also keep threatening to heat metal on him. Player to player, not not character to player. Or, I mean, not character to character. Character to character, Marius won't see it coming. But the running joke is that Marius is a fighter and he just explicitly does not take his armor off when anyone is present. Because he's hiding shit like all of us are. All good players should be hiding shit. But there should be backstory that's not revealed to the other players. But yeah, he's hiding stuff, and I keep threatening to heat metal him so everyone can see his face. But I fortunately do not have the same penalty on me, despite my character always wearing his mask. Because my character wears a leather mask. It's a Plague Doctor outfit. He's got like a little kid version of the Plague Doctor outfit. Gnomes are great fun, but you tend to play it as an artificer armor with non-essential stilts for enhancing their height while in their armor. You're short as hell, Iron Man. Oh, and the L dropping just now reminds me of something. Recently, there was a comment on the channel about how Breath of the Dying goes from easiest find rune to hardest to find rune, which El Tazad is the thing there. I don't think most people realize that L is not the easiest to find rune due to how rune drops work. Due to how they work, generally the easiest to find rune is going to be Tal. Which is totally stupid that it's a low but kind of middle of the low rune. Just because of how it's a fail-through system. Now we're getting shocked by something. What you hate the most DMing is you make a lot of lieutenants and BBEG, and half of the art is like, I want to play this character. I feel like I am DM only because I'm an altaholic. You don't have to call me out like that. My NPC folder is literally just my character folder. I'm having to make new NPCs for Lancer because most of them are fantasy. Fantasy and magic stuff. So I don't really have quite as big of an alt folder in that. I suppose I could pull some of my... I guess I should have actually pulled some of my Shadowrun character concepts in for that. Though I don't play Shadowrun anymore. I haven't in years. I still have like an old binder with some character ideas in that. I wonder how hard that would be to convert to the system, though. That might not be an easy conversion. Because that's like going from Pathfinder to freaking... Oh, what's a good example for that? This is going to be great Marsh again, isn't it? No, that's the waypoint. With surprisingly a lack of enemies. But yeah, call me out on the altaholic stuff. You just found a shifter and a dwarf that are lieutenants for the pirate captain, and you were literally putting so much effort into two guys who together will at most delay the party 2 to 3 minutes in combat. See, I already have my alts made. So I've already invested all that time. I'm going to get some use out of them. I will change names and sometimes aesthetics of them to make them fit the atmosphere, just because that makes sense to me, but I have reused characters a few times. I think the character that I'm most sad about not being able to play was actually a stat rolled character. He was a barbarian warforged, and I rolled the like perfect numbers for a barbarian. Low int, high strength, like super high strength. You have their sheets in both player and NPC form. Whenever I'm, and yeah, we're gonna have to go through Great March, which sucks ass. Here's just hoping we don't have. Is that another 3-socket death mask? Yes. Yes, it is. Gloams beware. Yep, I'm gonna have to be on watch. But yeah, he had perfect, like, barbarian stats. Oh, and we missed a co-rune down here. Nice. I would have never known how blind I was. But yeah, I very rarely get to play barbarians, so that's one reason why I was kind of actually looking forward to it. There was another one that I was mildly disappointed about not being able to play, but it wasn't quite as like off the wall. It was a bugbear barbarian. And it essentially was able to have a reach of, I think, up to 15 feet with all of its stuff stacked up. We're just hoping we don't get gloams. If we die, it's fine. Did we get lucky? So far, we have frogs and ratmen. Oh, and in case you're wondering, if I ever mention it, streamer brain is the thing of where you are kind of stream of thoughting your discussions and you get derailed and you forget what you were talking about 2 minutes ago. Yes, I do get streamer brain. I pretty much live in a state of streamer brain. Hopefully these two lieutenants will at least feel like they think they are the heroes of their own stories and they can just clash because fate just wanted something else. Well, everyone thinks, well, not everyone, but most people view themselves as the protagonist. So having NPCs behave that way is honestly immersive. You have streamer brain in your own life? Feels. Man, it's something about talking consistently for 4 or more hours that does tend to have that effect. 'Cause I stand by what I say. I don't always just remember what I've said. You can literally be referencing something I said 5 minutes ago, and I'll be like, what are you talking about? Were we talking about that? I also do the thing where my brain is like, oh, this would be a really good thing to interject, and I just sit there waiting for a moment to interject, and then 30 minutes later, I'm still mentally stuck on that. But it's so out of context, there's nothing I can say about it, so my brain freezes on that for a while. Like, oh, can I bring it? No, I can't bring it back to that. You've seen this here. One moment it's D&D, then we trail off and talk to some little aspect of life we find, then to something else. And where were we? Thankfully, we have somewhat capable energy to retrace. Thankfully, you have a somewhat capable energy to retrace your steps. Yeah. If there's at least one person still like tracking through the old topic, it's kind of nice to be able to go back to it. Sometimes everybody falls off track, and then you're like, what the hell just happened to the last 10 minutes? We'll go ahead and take the tier rune. I'm not really hurting on runes now. I need higher runes. I don't need more runes. More runes? I just realized the joke I almost made just then. What a maroon. think we may have lucked out. No gloams for you. Why am I getting notifications? That's the one I want open. There we go. Another thing that I want to do is a Diablo 2 one. I need to convert Diablo 2 to 5e. I have the 2.5, but the 2.5 version of the Diablo 2 D&D. But I think I want to convert it to 5th edition and possibly run a Diablo 2 campaign. Thing is, Activision Blizzard, I'm not on their good side to begin with. And I do have a rough outline of it, but if I were to like distribute it, they might have a problem with it. I don't know. I couldn't get feedback from them or permission. I asked and got no replies. They never reply to my emails. Blizzard never does. They never did even when I was covering Diablo 2 like super regularly. Even when I got like 50 to 100,000 views on Diablo 2 content. You were on a date a few months back and remember them looking at you and trying to figure out how you ended up there, and more importantly, commenting that it was hard to tell if the conversation ever felt unnaturally transitioning there. It just comes naturally as the flow goes. It is a trained skill, unfortunately, to keep talking. For those of you wondering, before I did YouTube, I struggled to even talk in a real retail job. My customer service skills were absolute garbage. Now they're not great, but they're better than they were. I can actually basically endlessly banter with a customer to make them feel at ease. And people would generally come to me for help rather than being like, this guy just doesn't say anything helpful. I still am not a salesperson. I will never be a salesperson. I am not good at forcing people to buy something they do not need, which is what a salesperson is in the US. I am more of a, okay, what are you here for? What do we have that fits that need kind of person? If we don't have something that fits that need, I'm not going to waste your time on it. Because I hate it when people do that to me. It's not just the US mind. Because the quickest way to make me not want to buy your products is to try and make it feel like you are shoving your products down my throat when I don't need them. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna need to restock my water soon. Speaking of hydrate. Does Gablin have a hydrate? He does not have a hydrate. Someone tell Gablin to get a hydrate. Oh, and yeah, I do remember you lost your phone. How's that saga going? I am at about maybe half a cup of water left. Like measuring cup, not half my actual cup. Because what I have here, I have a 7-ounce tumbler that has my coffee in it. I had a 12-ounce body armor thingy, which is just like electrolytes and citric acid. And then I have, I think would be a 1 liter? Maybe a little bit smaller or larger than, it's about 1 liter water bottle. That's what I'm usually streaming with. And they are empty. That can go in there. We're going to identify these. We got Death's Hand. Death's Touch. We've got Greyhawk's Deflector. I think we have Greyhawk's Visor, I think. When to get a new one, they wanted to sell you new electric company the whole time. Wow. And you denied it. Then they had you digitally sign for both the new phone and the contract for new electricity company. Ugh. I wish I could upgrade my phone online. I'd be more likely to upgrade it. Speaking of having to sign for stupid crap, but no, they want you to go into a physical store, and I don't want to do that. But yeah, that's very weird. They want to sell you an electric company for a phone. Okay, so we're in the Flare jungle. We got a stair-step pattern on this one. That's actually uncommon. The electric company got fined only last year for this practice. It's a question of, is the fine cheaper or the loss in business? So anti-competitive practices probably is what they got fined for if I had to take a wild guess. That or, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Basically where you... It's not bundling, but it's a type of coercion. Oh no, we almost killed all of our stuff. It'll be fine. Let's go drop some stuff off in town. Indeed, you sent them mail from your work computer. You have never gotten a phone call that fast.
Good evening.
We're sorry. Okay, which things do we want to keep? We want to keep the set items for sure. We want to keep the socketed. We go get rid of you, you. We get rid of you. You can go away. Yeah, those can be sold, that's for sure. Why is that worth so much money? I mean, it's got okay stats, it's just not that great. Yeah, whenever people see certain suffixes on emails, they tend to be a bit more responsive. Okay, we definitely want to keep you. Large siege bow is Alyssa's leaf blighter. You're blighting leaves!
Greetings.
I think I'm just going to have him identify stuff. Here, identify my garbage. Stop talking to me about eyeballs. There we go. Identify my crap. So that's to sell. This is to keep. Those go in. That's to sell. That's to sell. That is to keep. 19 all attributes. This is not company practice. Sure. You were fined for this exact thing. You promised you wouldn't do again. Now you're just doing it on the phone side of things. Yeah, no. I'll talk with the legal department and crawl as far up as I can without rubber gloves this time. I am not in the mood. Yeah, I've been there. I've been there with my own, like, the place I worked at. Oddly enough. I have been known to be able to be a complete and utter royal bastard whenever people start acting shitty. There's a reason why I survived and a freaking co-manager, or I forget what they were actually called at the time, basically just underneath a store manager, got fired. I don't play games whenever people are being unethical. Obviously, whenever it comes to the YouTube stuff, it just determines who I'll work with and who I won't. Whereas whenever it goes to like actual day job stuff, then you actually have recourse. And you have I'm trying to think of what it's called. Obligation to act is the thing that's coming to mind, but that's not what it's called. Let's go with tier and L. You got your old electric company back. I mean, and it's the real kicker on it all is that's the same electricity most likely. If you're it's just the same electricity through wires that they rent. Okay, so all that gets sold. We do the thing for Extra Life. Maybe I should do a fundraiser someday. Speaking of Extra Life, for some reason Extra Life made me think of that. I should do an Extra Life stream one of these days. Rotley did move. But yeah, around here, they're all just like 20 million different companies rent from one company and try and give you different bonuses, and they get different rates, and it's all kinds of strange and stupid. It is, but that's why it doesn't matter. You have a company your sister works at because you trust her judgment on this one. Okay. And you've seen your old company been run into the ground. Yep. I mean, the company that I worked for is already scraping bottom of barrel to begin with. So. And yeah, oh, you're talking about the electric companies, yeah. For some reason, my brain went with, like, companies worked for. But yeah, let's see. You have the company your sister works at because you trust her judgment on this, too. And yeah, if you know somebody on the inside of a company, you can kind of have a better idea of their ethical and unethical practices. No company's perfect. There's always going to be some flaw that you can find in them. This goes for electric companies. This goes for retailers. This goes for food providers. This goes for YouTubers. I crawled back through some of the old Diablo 2 YouTubers. Some of them have actually been very successful sticking with Diablo. Most of them that did are questionable ethically. There's 3 of them that I definitely wouldn't work with right now because of their association with extremely unethical stuff. But, and no, I'm not going to call them out by name. You can figure it out yourself. You know my opinions on stuff if you watch the streams. I do keep it fairly obvious where I stand on certain subjects, and I'm not going to interact with people that violate those. I used to work for the TV company that got bought by the swindling electric company, and so you saw how fast it got run into the ground, and your only thought was, yeah, not trusting that. A lot of companies... I'm not sure if this is the right turn of phrase for this, but a lot of companies these days are actually really big on shitting where they eat. They will buy a company and run it basically like Doge, where they just cut off all the actual useful stuff without understanding how anything works, just for efficiency and more profit, and then wonder why their company is just like in the shitter. It's this chase of like maximizing profits in the short term. Everybody's just working towards a buyout. Nobody's working towards establishing a company that is sustainable long term. these days. I mean, I say nobody. I can't make blanket statements like that. There are companies that actually do exist in the gaming space and in a lot of other spaces as well that are built around, okay, we're not going to be blowing up this multi-billion-dollar company. We're not going to be outperforming their quarterly profits or their growth quarter over quarter or anything like that. But we're going to be sustainable and actually continually produce a profit during good times and bad times because we're actually built around developing a good product and selling it at a reasonable price. There are companies that do that. There are companies that are not gouging every last thing that they can encounter. Oh, Doge and all its like, we want to improve efficiency thing is actually costing the US more money. As far as the deficit goes, the deficit is going to continue to increase. The last time we didn't have an actual deficit was Clinton. Think about how long ago that was. Generally, the deficit goes up under Republican control and down under Democratic control. Whether that's good or bad, it doesn't matter. I care more about policies than necessarily deficit. As long as you are producing a stable and forward-moving country, you can kind of get away with being in a deficit as long as you are producing more value in the long run. But the way that they do it is they just basically have flipped smart economic sense on its head. Barbarian skills, ooh, nice. One socket, not so nice. Rest in peace, nice. Actually not a bad X. I kind of wish I had druid skills instead, though. Flicker cinch. Interesting. Remember when adulterers were not fit for office? Ouch. True, but ouch. That's a burn.
Perhaps Ormus can tell me more about it.
Okay, before we go down in here, I want to get the waypoint because the walk is going to be hell if we don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop that. Come back. But yeah, that was the last time we were not in a deficit. We were in a deficit before that. It had gone to a... He had actually gotten it gone. And I say he. It was all the people in Congress and all that stuff. It was a bipartisan... Oh my god, dirty word. And actually country-focused approach, not this nationalist approach that we currently have. Which nationalism is just thinly veiled xenophobia, for those of you that are wondering. Any my country is better than all other countries nonsense is also just thinly veiled xenophobia. It is not something you should be proud of. It is not something you should look forward to. We should be trying to make a better world for everyone. Everyone. You know what happens whenever we have a better world for everyone? Less terrorists. Less war. Smarter people. Longer living people. More opportunity for innovation. It's really a good thing to not be shit biscuits to the rest of humanity. It's harder to sell people on that because, oh no, fear is actually a really good selling point. But Jesus. I'm not even religious and I'm saying Jesus, but still. Sorry. It's a rant. It's what I do. Let's see. But honestly, this was the only sort of reason he got taken down, wasn't it? I know there were things done and said, but really, that's all it was. Honestly, despite all the nonsense that surrounded it, it wasn't I mean, other than just the political rah-rah-rahing, Clinton leaving office wasn't really as controversial as people point out. He didn't really get taken down. Just got moved along in the line. It happens all the time. But, oh, and we have the waypoint right here. Sweet, it's really close. What do we have? Let's go ahead and turn this dagger in so we don't have to tote it around. You identify stuff, and we'll decide what we want to keep. That's garbage, that's garbage, that's garbage. We keep those. That's actually not bad. Back to D2, just tried. And rune words can be further upgraded with recipes. Sweet. Do we bother doing it with that? Do we throw necro skills on it? Think we can upgrade helmets, what, 3 times? Yeah, 3 times for helmets. We can't actually get skills on it. Okay. So I think probably the best thing for it would be resists. Whether we want to invest that in one that got a low roll, I'm not entirely sure. Could actually do some Magic Find, but Magic Find is overrated. We currently have... how much Magic Find? Where are you hiding in here? 62% Magic Find, which is not great, but it's fine. Yeah, the resources are cheap. It's more that I don't have the jewels on the character right now that I necessarily want to sacrifice. So it'd be diamond and magic jewel, so we could do 3 magic jewels. Let's just grab 3. We can do it. There's 1. There's 2. I think we want to go ahead and get that one. That can be sold. All these can be sold. Soul Rune we need to stack into here, and we need Diamondes. I heard them die. Okay, we can only do one at a time. I was curious. What can I say? So 20 all resists. There we go. Now we have 24 all resist on it. Not great, not terrible. It will add up over a period of time, but... yeah, we're positive on everything except for lightning. I don't really lack jewels. They're just on a mule right now. Diameter, Juveler, so that's diamond, jewel. I don't know. I'm going to butcher this. Ubegreblige Skate? I am butchering. I know I'm butchering that. I don't speak Danish. I recognize the base words for diamond and jewel. Root languages. Yay! But, yeah. What was it required for a shield? Why do I keep alt-tabbing to see it? It's in the escape menu. We could do it. Diamond and magic jewel, so we'd need 5 jewels? Means unfathomable treasures. You're just mentally locking up. That is, I understand that. We need 1, 2... 3. I think we actually... these can be used for stuff. We'll go ahead and get rid of that one. 4. Don't want to use that. Don't want to use that. We'll just do it 4 times then, I think. There we go. 4 of 5 done. That's 65% resist all. Oh, we do have another one. Which rune did we just consume? Think we might have consumed a good rune. Or I miscounted somewhere. Okay, we'll do one more. I'm just hoping I miscounted somewhere. If we got rid of good rune, it's fine. Or to make our raven druid build rising. I mean, if you're running the mod, it might actually be viable. In vanilla, it is actually viable in resurrected. For normal and a bit into nightmare. It's actually not the worst thing ever. You do end up feeling a little just exposed yourself because they don't take hits for you. But you can get the other summons to help with that. And yes, in Resurrected, you can actually summon all the druid summons at once. Haha. Whereas in LOD, you cannot unless you have a mod. Okay. Back into Flare Jungle. Let's go get ourselves some brains. I still find it irritating that brains aren't in the sewer. You sit in a corner for 50 minutes to wait for Diablo to croak? Pretty much. Although, the Raven one is actually not that bad at it. It's not going to kill the bosses super fast because they actually have a damage penalty against act bosses, but still not bad. And of course we had, I think we had dolls in here. Yeah, we do. Why can I not resurrect you guys? There you go. I want the bramble mitts. I want the full rejuve. I want the undead flares. Why? Because it's kind of like revenge. In case you're curious as to who would want revenge here, eat me. I am the one who wants revenge. Full helm I'm not going to worry about. Rares are pretty good, but I'm not even going to say it. We're going to go identify this one. Poison and bone gloves? What the frickin' hell? Okay, we'll grab the full rejuve and the ID scrolls, and then we're going up this way, because I think this is going to be... it might not actually be the right way, but we're going to go this way so we can identify the rare helmet. It's probably going to be garbage. It's ethereal as well. Combat skills, barbarian, so it's a barbarian helmet that's not a barbarian helmet. I mean, it would be okay on an Act 5 mercenary. We're not doing that, though. I actually am surprised our resists are as good as they are. Just in general. That belt is priceless right now. Yeah, this is definitely the wrong way. Where is... There he is. There's the shaman. I was like, he's getting revived from something. There you go. But yeah, the right path, I think, is going to be up. Stop resisting. He's going for a weapon. I thought the cell phone was a gun. No. We're not going down that route either. What was the South Park? He's coming right for us or something like that? And yes, having the little guys is actually kind of handy because while they still can't stack, they are small enough that they can squeeze around things. Oh, and there's supposedly a, like, General Mills boycott going on. And I guarantee you most people around here do not really know the reach of what all General Mills produces. Have you... the only graphic I know of is actually an old one, and they've acquired stuff since then. But where it just shows just how much companies like Nestle, General Mills... trying to remember what some of the other ones are, PepsiCo, etc. own, and it's ridiculous. Like what % of like the core foods are from that. Take the tiara. We're not going to worry about spears because we don't run spears usually. Magic resistant cold absorb. I mean, it'll sell. And yeah, the fact that this is a mod, I don't actually have as good of a gauge as to, oh, this item good, this item bad kind of situations. Because something that's good in vanilla Diablo 2 might just be like low end in this. And vice versa. I know I'll need to do some druid rabies first, like poison creeper rabies, feral rage, maybe a bear or something to lure them in. Probably the best lure is the bear. The druid does not have a lot of like aggro pull. Unlike the Necro's Bone Wall. Bone Wall is just a magnet. I don't know why it's that way for their AI, but it will pull in things from screens away that you otherwise would not see even being on the enemy radar. Okay, we'll grab you and the diamond mail. Flanged mace we probably have already seen. Especially not when you have feral rage and run around a very fast headless chicken. Yep. Man, speed... Funnily enough, the druid's not the fastest character in Diablo 2. Fastest character is the assassin. The regime of regulation. Baptism by fire. +2 all skills, faster cast rate. Is that just going to be an Enchantress set? That's what it's feeling like. It's just feeling like it's an Enchantress set. Build up 5 charges, rabies, everything, profit. Both of them can outrun arrows. which is hilarious to me. Yeah, that just feels like an Enchantress set. Oh, I didn't even stop to like look at the layout of this one. I think this one is a pain in the butt. Speaking of heresy, the Gablin's committing heresy as well. Yeah, he is. I just have to look. That's only one socket. One socket is worthless. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I think it's down, then it goes back up around like this. I think it goes through here. And then it goes to the left. Yeah, these have a specific number of floors. That's not that one. Not that one. I'm wanting to say it is top left. Yeah, there it is. If I only had a brain. And away they go. Ooh, mirrored boots. Nice. And a rare ring. Also nice. Especially if it's like plus all skills or something, considering we got a plus all... It's plus 4 cleansing. Okay. They got faster run walk, slower faster hit recovery. That's a new one. Reduces dexterity, but it does have reduced requirements. I'm not sure about all that. But now we can at least go into, you know, the sane to navigate areas. We're going to keep that. We're going to sell all those. We're going to keep that. Would have cracked me up if that actually would have transmuted into something. It's just some random unlisted nonsense. Hey, guess what? You just transmuted your entire inventory into a third. That would be actually awful to set up, by the way, setting up the recipes where it's like anything into anything. If you have the wrong one, it just turns into garbage. That sells for 1 gold or something. That would be a dick move. It would not incentivize experimentation. There we go. But yes, we do want to keep you. Do we want to keep that? I think we do. And the goal is an entire inventory of full rejuvenation potions in your back pocket. That's much or less how runewords feel for you because you forget the order works. Yeah, I have to look them up too, usually. Even though I have made them countless times, I do have to look them up. Because my brain does not remember them just off the top of my head. I have other things stuck in there that are slightly more important to me. We're almost full on gold in all of our shared stashes, which means there's going to be a gambling going on.
Do you like to gamble, friend? Do you find it enjoyable?
You guys should help me, like, refine Grill's voice. My name is Grill. I am a 3-foot... I should read you Grill's description. You can go with that. Geed is here. God. I don't even know if I could do Geed's voice on demand. He's got a very pitched up thing. Yeah, the description I have, funny enough, I actually have it right behind this. I don't know how much you know about Monster Hunter lore, but this is from a Monster Hunter thing for D&D. We're all being the cat people from it. The Lineans, I believe, is what they're called. Grill is a Boa Linean, and even before the fluffiness of his fur, he's a solid 3 feet, both tall and wide. On his back is a large, strange-looking cooking pot that has all his worldly possessions in it, with a large ladle strapped to the side using a leather belt. He would have white fur if it wasn't covered in cooking grease and food, and he wears a large cloth apron stained to all hell and an almost completely faded White Academy logo on it. Not to mention a stone gray popo head mask with yellow painted tusks nearly as long as he is tall. That is his initial description. I'm thinking I'm gonna go some redneck stuff. My name Grill. That academy was just like too smart for me. He is a sorcerer with 8 charisma, if that tells you exactly what kind of build he's going to be. I think he's in Final Fantasy 14. What's that name of the dragon again? You know, the Ratatoskr stuff and the little kid that hunts him. That might have been Final Fantasy 14. That sounds more Final Fantasy than, of course, Monster Hunter is very Final Fantasy coded. What is with all of the rare helmets we find being ethereal? I don't need no ethereal crap. Final Fantasy, I think it was 15. The one with all the prince guy in the car. I think that was 15. I bounced off of. Final Fantasy 14 I haven't played through because it's, I mean, I've done the, here's the free-to-play segment of it, but I haven't actually gotten too far into it. There was a crossover thing where a giant wyvern is in Final Fantasy 14 from Monster Hunter. That could be it. Ragnaros, probably. Not Ragnaros. Trying to remember its name. But yeah, as far as what popos are, they're basically kind of like boars, but without the snout. So it's just a giant curved boar tusk mask. But yeah, his weapon is a ladle skin of what would be called a maul. As far as like, it would be, I think, Great Hammer in terms of like standard D&D nomenclature or something like that. You'll have to forgive me for not memorizing all the like default weapon names. We reskin that stuff like every single game I play. Okay, I need mages. Rathalos, that might be it. That sounds very familiar. I'm not super well versed in Monster Hunter either. I looked up the lore of it just for my character because we're forced to be Lineans. So I had to look up like what a popo in that world looks like and all that kind of stuff to make sure this is the character I wanted. But yes, he's a sorcerer with 8 charisma. He's got 16 strength, 16 dexterity. He's a dragon sorcerer also, with 16 strength, 16 dexterity, and 16 constitution. 8 intelligence, 10 wisdom, and 8 charisma. So Rathalos sneaks off to Final Fantasy XIV and some cat person shows up to tell you to hunt him. He's a boss fight and is meant to be tough, no healing, second phase, and a lot of DPS checks. Yikes. This one was point buy. I intentionally if point buy allowed me to go lower on his int, like if default point buy allowed me to go down to say like 6 int, I would totally do that. Because his whole theme is he doesn't realize he's casting magic. That's his entire shtick, is he doesn't know why they sent him to mage school, because this is outside of my pay grade kind of stuff. I am too dumb for this. I am smart enough to realize I'm too dumb for this kind of situation. But that's about as smart as he is. His entire existence is focused in on food. He likes cooking. He is... If he had to guess his own class, he'd say he's a barbarian. Kind of situation. You know, those little quizzes you take that come up with whatever class you are? He's a barbarian that just happened to have sorcerer blood. It's not efficient. It's what I wanted to play. Like, his way of casting Featherfall is literally jumping off of something and yelling, "Wee." His spider climb is, well, I've never met a tree I couldn't climb. And I am specifically choosing his spells based on things like what a kid would believe they could do. just the kids that think that a cape will let them fly if they jump off the roof wearing it kind of situation. He's that kid. Except it actually works for him for some random reason. His druid craft is literally the person talking to plants, thinking that'll make them grow better. In fact, he's accidentally casting a spell. Because he gets druid craft from his background, unfortunately. So I had to come up with ways to explain those spells too. Some of them I'm just not going to use on him because I can't think of a way to actually have it where he can dumbass and find out. His way of casting comprehend languages is literally just... I mean, it makes sense to me. Or to ask people what they're saying and all of a sudden he can understand what they're saying. His sorcery points are just him thinking of things, like having an idea. That's how he gets his spell slots back. I thought about trying to do that with Wizard, but it just doesn't make sense because Wizards have spell books that they actually have to study kind of situation. Whereas sorcerers are just... Sorcerers and warlocks can be the, I don't know where I got magic. I didn't even know it was magic route. You need to delve into what spells you'd be able to cast with... There's a lot of them. The problem you run into is finding useful cantrips. Because it's all like, oh, shape fire, shape earth, shape water. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, guidance if you were a cleric. That kind of stuff. It is a very odd way to delve into things. I thought about getting him Misty Step, but I decided that would be too magic-y for him. So instead, he has things like Kinetic Jaunt, Mending, Guidance, Shape, Water, Light. He has Light from his background as well. It's Druidcraft and Light are the cantrips he gets from that. But because of the system that basically the guild you're in gives you spells, regardless of which one you choose, if you're a spellcasting class. But he has Druidcraft and Light from that. His Light spell is literally going to be a lantern without any fuel in it that he just whacks to turn it on. I mean, they have dark vision, so it doesn't matter that much, but still. Prestidigitation. I am on the fence as to whether to give him Prestidigitation or not. Part of me is like, this would be hilarious that he whacks all the dirt off of people. Right now, I think I do have him with Prestidigitation. No, he doesn't. He has Blade Ward, Booming Blade, Mold Earth, Control Flames, and Shape Water. Well, the reason I think it would be hilarious if he had Prestidigitation, and I might actually pick it up at one level, is because he would never use it on himself. He is crusted in grease and food, and he just doesn't use it on himself, but he'd be able to, like, oh man, you got some dirt on you. Start slapping them and it all just disappears. It doesn't even like go off of them onto the ground. It just vanishes. It's dumb, I know, but it's what I'm doing. For some reason, it feels like I'm getting multiple uniques in a single game, which shouldn't work that way. The deuce are you? Some of these rares are weird. And yes, I'm looking for the waypoint. Druidcraft can cover up smells a little bit. I think whenever M levels up, I'm probably going to figure out a way to get Prestidigitation. 58% of the way there. I think part of it might be because the stream is going as well, because 720, well, it's only 720p. But that does eat up a bit of bandwidth. It's probably eating up about 5 megabits per second, give or take. The new version of True Strike, I haven't looked at that one. I haven't looked at the 2024 rules for True Strike. I know it changed. I don't know how it changed. Oh. Goodness gracious. You'll grab it. Hang on. Okay. I turn the fan towards me because I'm struggling, my friends. I feel like that scene of it's hot out today, it'll be hot out tomorrow, hot out next week too. I do love that I can just chill with the Necro, though. What did you fight down there? Guided by a flash of magical insight, you make one attack with the weapon used in the spell's casting. The attack uses your spell casting ability for the attack and damage rolls instead of using... Oh, that actually would suck for him. If the attack deals damage, it can be radiant or the weapon's normal damage type, your choice. Cantrip upgrade. Whether you deal radiant damage or the weapon's normal damage type, the attack deals extra radiant whenever you reach level 5, 1d6. 11 is 2d6. Yeah, the scaling thing. That's interesting. Being forced to use a spellcasting modifier sadly ruins it for him. That's one reason why I went with... Because Booming Blade lets me just use my normal attack. At least in the old version. I don't know if there's a new version that forces it to be your magic attack modifier. It is definitely way better than the original. That's more something that actually normal characters would cast. It is for people who are playing the game as intended to be playing. I know perfectly well that my particular character there is not exact. Why are they just standing there? Yeah, I don't know why our undead guys are just kind of stuck. Their AI done broke. Do I need the extra 5 stat points? Oddly enough, Ruined Temple is one that I've skipped over a few times. Just on accident, I've forgotten to do it. Doesn't ever seem to actually provide much of an impact on the final playthrough. Oh, Colossus Sword. Is that going to be ethereal and... No, socketed. You can always learn Gust and use it for supporting allies since they can choose to fail their saves and you can use it to push things away. That would be handy. I'm not sure they'd like the particular flavor I'd probably give Gust. He has Darkness. Do you want to know the description of how he casts Darkness? Okay, he has Darkness. He literally belches and a black miasma forms darkness in a 15-foot radius sphere from where he aims it. I was thinking about farts for some of them, but basically he scratches his stomach for the burping ones. He goes, "Rah." Just cast the spells that way. Thought about Dragon Breath that way. Okay, we need more skeletons again. We're actually starting to see our skeletons die to this kind of stuff. Shield, he just whips around and tries to block it with his giant metal pot. Why did they make the spiders more real? Because they hate us. At least spiders aren't actually 6 feet tall. They're still less terrifying than grounded arachnophobia mode spiders. Oh, and if you're wondering why I didn't get lower cuirass, I actually am probably not going to farm for runes. We're getting plenty. The way we would farm for runes is campfire. He has... His base cantrips are Blade Ward, Booming Blade, Mold Earth, Control Flame, Shape Water. His Wide Academy cantrips are Druidcraft and Light. His spells known are Shield, Featherfall, Darkness, Spider Climb, Kinetic Jaunt, and Knock. Yes, he's level 5 and does not have a level 3 spell. He gets Water Breathing from Wide Academy, so... you mean the spiders from Final Fantasy XIV was at least, like, stick-legged ones that are no joke, blind, so if you do not cast or run in their vicinity or bump into them, they do not aggro? That's kind of neat. I do like enemies that are a product of their environment. Then they decided to make real ones, and one of them that cursed it all. There's another Sexton. We actually want the Sextons, I think, because we don't have to worry about them getting into enemy faces. I don't think they actually heal for us, though. Okay, let's go ahead and go over to the next area. Hold up. We've got Meatwad. We've got Meatwad on our team. I'm going to go ahead and unequip your bow real quick. Apparently, we have Holy Fire or something on us. But... there are 35 dungeon 2 groups. You can just skip walking past them, and they live in the dark anyway. So just sit there and not attacking you unless you forget and to push the walk button. There are instead of there is. Ah. How did we... It is a... one of the caster guys. The Sextons. Got magic Meatwad. I'm going to be fascinated with that until it dies. It is my pet. Yeah, I can relate to the being tired thing. I am right there with you. Although I think I've almost corrected my sleep schedule. Don't worry, I'll have it ruined within a week, but... there's a Cantor corpse. Do we not have any more Cantors here? Was that the only one? Oh, there was another one in there. I think we might have revived it as it was dying. So it gave it the transition in the other direction. So we're keeping Meatwad for as long as I can. Your friend started playing Octopath, you ran with Therion, and you think both of us came to the same conclusion. We both went with incredibly smug protagonists. I mean, they are fun to play. Ego characters are always interesting. I can't speak as much in like JRPG format, but in RPGs, they are kind of entertaining to play as. Mainly because it's, at least for me, it's so antithetical to my character that Leon and Cyrus. Have you made it to Octopath 2, by the way? Just out of curiosity. I don't think that's it. No, that's not it. We will do the loop around the edge. It can spawn in the middle. It's just very uncommon. Oh, yep, we still have Meatwad. Transition screens did not cause it to despawn. Not yet. You're still on Chapter 2 after you smartly turned off Cyrus's Avoid Encounter perk. Yeah, that's one thing that I had to get through my brain as well in the Octopath series is you actually want the encounters. If you take the encounters going along, you will be so overpowered for the rest of the game. It's only time you want to like shut off encounters is if you're doing like a speed run or something like that. Or a low-level challenge. Which, yeah, there are plenty of low-percent speedruns. There is a low-percent... I think it's Hollow Knight that has gotten pretty crazy. We already have Eisenhart's done. So you're not taking more of it. Harry's oddly enough the hardest part of it to find, but gotten it twice. We've lost a mage somewhere. But Cyrus is currently Scholar Sage, Alchemist, Apothecary. Okay. Not sure if that was the right build, but it helps a lot with healing because his elemental is so high. Yeah. Finding the optimal combos is interesting in both the games. But I do recommend them. I actually really enjoyed the second one especially. I think the second one is a lot better whenever it comes to quality of life. Just in general. But the first one is still a very good game. I am slightly sad that they got so underrated. Sewer lever? Pull the lever, Crunk! Wrong lever! Okay, yeah, that's about all I can do on that one. My voice will not let me go full ham on that. Not even a ham of the road to ride. Everybody is streaming right now. I just looked over and like, because I have a window open for lurking. And I actually have to scroll to see everybody streaming right now. And I don't follow hardly anyone on Twitch. You have the merchant girl as merchant thief. You regret nothing. The merchant in the first one is actually the cornerstone of a lot of speedruns. She's the pay-to-win strategy. Oh, her main ability for you is SP farming and share it with everyone? Yeah. Yeah, build up your gold farming and just go ham on buying attacks, and she can beat up even like the final boss and everything. Just like we did in the second game.
You have fun.
Let's see. Do we keep that? Why not? Such a weird helmet. Easily pay to win. Yeah, you throw Gil at it and it fixes everything. That gets sold. That is an interesting one. It's supposed to be 1 to 20. I do find it interesting that we are getting just specific ones more than others. Like, we've gotten 3 gulls, but we're missing even, like, some of the intermediate runes. Ral, yes. If it lists the number on there, I still look at the name for some god awful reason. $26,700. No, it's worse than what we've got. Find that throwing copious amount of spells at stuff works fine too, but you have only found Hunter, Sage, and Apothecary shrines after your copious scouring of the level 20 areas, so you need some more time scouring. Could upgrade or downgrade them if I wanted.
Good evening.
The charms? Oh, the runes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could. I didn't know you could down... I didn't even bother reading it. ID tome to downgrade. I suppose I could do that. I don't really need to right now. I think it takes 3 of them to upgrade. Right now, we're just sticking with what we found. It's less efficient to upgrade and downgrade all the time, but it's fine. I really did not even read the identify to downgrade thing there. Only if you really need a specific rune for a rune word. Exactly. And I will probably never even touch upgrading or downgrading my runes, simply because I love runes. They are resists. They are important to me. We're not getting rid of them. They are like a nostalgic item for me. So I kind of hoard them. I know it's not necessarily the best idea to, but it's what I do.
Once the book has served its purpose, I shall delve into its secrets.
Well, we're at plenty of life. We don't have any skill points. We'll be getting some in the next act. But it is time to go after Mephisto. Me fisto, you fisto, we all fisto. I probably should have gotten upper cuirassed. But we can walk it. Do we still have meat wad? I thought we had meat wad. Looks like meat wad got changed back. At least I don't see him following us anymore. Which is a shame, but whatever. I can deal with not having meat wad. Let's go ahead and minimize that so I can actually make sure the audio levels are okay. I'm actually not sure how good or bad my audio levels are at the moment. Ooh, that felt delayed. Yeah, between when I pressed the healing potion, whenever it started filling the bubble with the faded red, was a little bit of time. That made me feel slightly nervous. So they're spawning with champions as well, the uniques, which is also one of the reasons why I think these boss packs are proving to take quite a bit longer than usual. Okay, more life, almost 1,500. More golems. They stop dying. They're actually at decent amounts of life. The clay is a little bit skoosh, but he's 3,000 life. It's fine. The only reason the skeletons don't really die as much is because, yeah, they stack up. So, as far as dealing with the council, this is probably going to be our toughest fight of the act, if I had to take a wild guess. So I will probably be a little quiet during it. Oh, we're at our second 2-hour window, so we are... Yeah, let's go ahead and flash recording while we're doing this fight. There we go. That's the only downside of the archives, is you lose about 3/4 of a second whenever I have to flash the recording every 2 hours. There is an automated setting I could do for it. I don't do that because I would rather it happen at a point of low impact, just in case something goes wrong with the transition. Look at them there infidels. There's another Lem rune. Yeah, we need more Lem runes. Woo! Do I just need to make a wealth or something? Is that where we're going with this game? Lemco tier. We have the stuff for it. It's not really better than what we have armor-wise, but... In fact, we could make a bone armor. The necro bone armor, not... It's +2 necro skills. And it has a crap ton of resists. So that might not be that bad of an idea. Find some light 3-socket armor and go with it. Ah. Yeah, I'm trying to get them over here to deal with the Healy guys. Because they're getting kind of destroyed by the Blizzard AoEs. Yeah, we're getting through Act 3 today. That means probably our last session will be Act 4 and Act 5. Then we'll take a break by playing another game for a while, and then we'll come back and do probably... If I had to take a wild guess, it'll either be the Sorceress or the Druid. Can I just have a moment to breathe, you guys, for just like half a minute? They really are just like stomping into me, and I'm having to waste all my healing potions on it. There we go. You guys kill that. I will get the waypoint. And on we go to the center. We don't care about the trash on the side. We can deal with it later. If we die, we have plenty of ways to recover our resources. Whether it's save and exit and come back in, or just go get minions and have them do it. When we're butt ass naked. Come on, you guys, back off. We need to lure them back this way. We need these guys gone as well. Bone walls! Counter their hydras. We are not doing much damage to these guys. Yeah, there's all of our normal skeletons gone. They're just over summoning the freaking hydras. That's one reason why it was just taking so much of the meat off of our guys. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, I get that we don't have meat. Good lord. Come on. Backing off. Yeah, just stay behind back there. Get yourself killed. That doesn't work for me. Oh, I can't. I hate that I can't summon them out of an unidentified piece of crap. I'm not going to pick that up. Let me just summon them out of it. I think they are out healing my damage, unfortunately, because our damage is too spread out. We might actually have to go get more minions. And go and grab that. Bye, bitch. We'll go get some friends and do this again. We've already killed a decent-sized handful of them. They're going to heal while we're out. We already got the Cold Plains crew, so let's go ahead and do Stony Field next. Okie dokie. I'm gonna have to take a break soon myself. If we want to push through to Act 5 today, I will need to take a break. If I just go through normal. Come on. Oh, you got rid of my corpses. Okay, there's 12 of those. We have Fire Golem, we have Iron Golem, we have Clay Golem. Think we're good? That's one socket, that's unidentified. Unidentified garbage. I think we are now ready to go back to the Travical and try again! Now that there's less of them. As they immediately start casting Blizzard on us as we spawn in. Because the joiks. Oh, a bunch of our revives just died. Oh, because I pressed weapon swap. Oh, damn it. We're still fine. We got him. Okay, skeleton mage. We'll revive what we can out of these. So we can get back up to 7 revives. We can't revive you, but the hydras are ours at least this time. I wonder if that's actually gonna be the Morning Star, or if it's gonna be a new one. Or, I also wonder, is Daladon actually, Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Impossible.
I'll be back. I mean, you did use the phrase. I can't judge you on it, but... Let's see what we got. Okay, I think we're good. We'll go ahead and pick up some more revives while we're down here. Just hearing the clattering of the many minions we have. Oh, and we actually have a good the Maulers are good revives. Of course, they immediately just decimated my Iron Golem. As I get another one back. Ha ha. At 5,000 life, how are they dying so easily? We don't want the cadavers, we only want the Maulers. Maulers are great, they stun, they do a lot of other work. The Act 4 ones are the ones with Crushing Blow. I forget if these do as well. Endless Sleep. Increased chance of blocking, level 20 wreck, knockback, blind. I mean, it's interesting. Not something I'm going to use, but it's interesting. There's the guys we want. They're going to be harder to revive because of all the zombies in the way. We can use our normal summons to kind of offset it a little bit. There's another Mauler corpse. I think we're full Mauler now. Archon Staff. Jeez, don't tell me it's actually it. It is. It is Meng Songs. That was not on my bingo card for this playthrough. Getting Meng Songs in frickin' Act 3. And yes, I am fully aware the revives having no timer is pretty well just entirely busted. Because we're able to just pick and choose the revive that we want, and we can go complete ham if we want to. Ghosts, Maulers are pretty good. Blunderborers are the same family as Maulers. That whole family is pretty solid. We could go Casters. They don't really work as good because the damage boost is for melee attacks. Well, physical attacks, technically. So what we'll run into is a situation where the Casters just are a little bit outclassed. They can still do okay damage, though. I think the path is going to be down this way. I will probably be wrong, but this is where I want to go. Ow. We are getting hit by something. I'm not sure what. And it's very, very intermittent, so it's like it's missing something else and hitting us. Yeah, critical only converts damage and receives from fire into life and nearby allies bonus fire damage. So basically, it is giving us fire damage instead of dealing fire damage to enemies. So that makes it a little bit less good for luring. Do 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 do. Went the right way. And we are missing a clay golem. I thought our bar up there looked a little thin. Now this is the floor I need to be extremely cautious on, because we can get undead, the little undead flares, the dolls. Stygian dolls is why I call them dolls, by the way. But yeah, we're gonna be able to get dolls on this floor, which is a little bit dangerous, especially considering our mindless army. They will just kill them wherever. They don't care if we're nearby. I think we want to go counterclockwise. If we find the stairs first, sweet. If we find the waypoint first, even better. I will put up a town portal if we find the stairs, and we'll just keep moving. Otherwise, we grab the waypoint and just go straight down the stairs. And yes, the clay golem is actually fairly useful for us. That's only 2 sockets, you bastards. That was 3 sockets, I would have been so overjoyed. We could have made a bone armor. And then we would have had, I think we would have actually had close to, if not max life. I mean, not max life, max res. So all we'd have to worry about at that point is freaking physical damage. Unfortunately, currently our lightning resist is absolute butox. Look, it's dolls! Evil little bastards that they are. They don't damage minions, so I don't have to worry about my minions dying. I'm more worried about them killing it right next to me. As we're trying to reposition them. Because that's how the little dolls do. Because they will pretty much one-shot me, even at 1500 life. Just duck on by, let them do. This is probably Clegs. No, it's Jakira's bracers again, I think. I think we've already gotten those. We'll keep it just in case we haven't. I'm not keeping too many duplicates of set items, because I plan to only really have one character equipped at a time. So we don't need a lot of duplicates of various stuff. Because I don't plan on doing farming. Getting myself a drink real quick. I'm almost out of all my drink. Suppose I could have... I have a day-old soda here. I haven't been drinking much soda anymore. I don't mind the flavor of it and stuff, and I don't mind the stuff, but just... I haven't been craving it. It's like my alternative caffeine source to coffee. If that makes sense. If I don't have coffee, I'll drink it. So I end up with, like, when I do drink it, I end up with a flat soda after a little bit.
No. No, disassemble Necro 5.
I was hoping to just duck up here and see, but I don't trust myself around the Stygian dolls, especially if my units start teleporting towards me. Ugh. Thick socket. If those weren't so slow, they would be a ton of fun. Oh, we just burned all our mana. So no resummoning for a little while. How's our life replenishment looking? It's not bad. It's not great either. It's just not bad. Because, yeah, you can see it's creeping up. It's going. We don't have to, like, wait as much a downtime as in vanilla if we're relying on a life replenish build. So, we need an iron golem. These guys really are not finding their way through the door. I guess you are going to be our sacrifice to it. And yes, I am still going trash goblin. Not goblin, trash golem for a while. Go ahead and grab those. I'm going to read this real quick. Just go ahead and keep chugging. I'm sorry, I had to read something while I was chugging through places. We were letting them kill, we were getting XP at the same time, but it was about the time of day I start getting the messages. Let's see. Where the hell is our waypoint? Good lord. This place is turning sloggy. We've been in here for like 20 minutes. Endurance, not just level 2. Endurance 1 is counted in that. Because basically, I flashed it while we were still in Travangle. Well, close to Travangle. There we go. I need to start cleaning up my hard drive space as well. I am lacking in that, too. Okay, so it's gonna be on the edge. I just don't know where. I am glad that they kept the teleporting minions in, though. It would be obscene if they didn't. Goodness gracious. I mean, technically it can spawn in the middle. It usually does not. It's probably the way I should phrase that. It is extremely, extremely uncommon for it to spawn in the middle. Generally, if it spawns in the middle, it's not truly like a middle spawn, if that makes sense. It's generally a hook. So what you'll have whenever it spawns in the middle is you'll have like a thing that comes around to the right and then hooks in on itself, and that's where you'll have it kind of like spawning quote-unquote middle. It's still on an outer branch. So they do about 470 damage per hit to me. Ouch. That is a pain in the ass. Still no good 3-socket armor. I mean, we have some in our inventory that we could use. It's just not light armor. I would much rather not be slowed down quite so much. At least the dolls haven't been too pushy yet. Fighting Mephisto's gonna suck a little bit. Main reason fighting Mephisto's gonna suck a little bit is because we're basically having to fight him and his council members at the same time, which is always a bit of a hassle. Should I be going Corpse Explosion? Yes. If I wanted to be optimal through this, I should have Corpse Explosion for cleanup, so as soon as we get a corpse, we can just start wiping the floor, especially since we're playing on Players 1. Players 1 is very much easy mode for Necros whenever you are using stuff like that. I am not bothering with it just out of principle, so we can actually see the skills proper functioning. There's a lot of Necro builds, at least whenever you are dealing with some of the more pushy kind of styles of play where you're going in for a speed run or you're going in for just blind farming and not really caring about having fun. That is usually going to be in the realm of, ooh, we finally got a Maul rune. I'm stuck in there. Yeah, it's usually in the realm of how do I get my first kill and then Corpse Explode. That's the entire strategy. Boring as shit. People complain about Summoner being boring. I find the one skill wonders to be really boring as well. Admittedly, we're almost a one skill wonder here because we're doing amp damage, but we at least get to choose our minions. Oh, it's zombies. I don't care about that. And we're actually seeing, I think, the hook. Although I don't think this is going to be the waypoint. I think it's just going to be one of those little side rooms. Yeah, it is one of those side rooms with pillars in it. Oh, our mercenary died. You bastards. That's no fun to revive in Act 3. They do take a little bit of time to kill. But that gives me time to chat and chill. And yes, we're wasting our XP shrine. I can make up for it whenever we get Terra Zones if I need to. I don't have... Oh, because I don't have gold on me. Boip. I am SMRT smart. It does look like the Act 1 mercenary bug is fixed. For the longest time, I think it was like 50-something thousand, like 57,000 or something like that. I don't remember the exact amount, because I don't use Act 1 mercenaries that much. That's a keep. Those are keeps. Those are keeps. Those are sells.
Good to see you.
Do we have a good... that's Fernandez's. That's not a base item. We have Reset Armor, but it's too high of strength requirement for us. Let's go ahead and get these in. Yeah, Maul is 23, so it fills that spot. Lem, we've got one left because we've actually used it. But yeah, I forget what the top rune for bone is. I know it's something I think it's Maul Free socket. Any armor. Bone is Peace, Dread, Madness, Lionheart, Wealth, Duress, Gloom, Bone. It's Soul And it's +2 Necro and plus 30% all resist. So it's pretty nice. It'd be better than what we have. Anyway, we have a towel rune there. How are we looking on numbers? 24 tall runes, and you can see kind of how the distribution goes. I'm actually surprised we have that many tier runes. That is basically Armor of the Whale, but it doesn't have sockets. If it had 4 sockets, that would be broken. But given the mods that they've changed, you could probably get that. You can probably get 4-socket rare armor in this. With 99 life. Got 99 life, but mana ain't one. Caduceus might actually be worth looking at. That is the Elite War Scepter. I'm just really, really wondering where our waypoint is. I am like 100% confuzzled. Normally I would have found it by now. That's cute. And yeah, that'll just sell for money. It's not exactly one worth fiddling too much with. And should I be running away like this? Not really, because we take like most of our life and damage per hit. Because we are not tanky boys. We had Necros. And I will never be able to like mentally process why the golems always feel so much squishier than the skeletons. They feel like they're generally about as squishy as the mages, usually. Which just always feels wrong to me. And I'm gonna go ahead and wheel myself around the edge of this to see if did we like miss it or something? Did I overlook something? I mean, it could be down there, but no, it can't actually, because that one doesn't have a down shoot. That one doesn't have a down shoot. So both things have to be on this side of the map. This is gonna be the stairs. No, it's not. It's not gonna be anything. There's the stairs. I do love how lazy summons can be. We're going to go ahead and pop this in here. We want the waypoint, though, just in case, like, something horrible happens, like the power goes out or something. Oh, of course, if the internet dies, that doesn't matter. Okay, so we'll go down this way next. Oh, dolls, dolls! My greatest bane. Actually, gloams are still my greatest bane. They're just, dolls are just irritating. Yeah, that loop around is just ridiculous. Okay, Clay Golem, get back up. I can do another Iron Golem if I need to in this on that Ancient Axe. Okay, it could be to the left here. Gonna be a pain in the ass if it is, but it can be basically off the bottom of this room, so you can have this room here and then have the waypoint right there. We don't have a ton of Magic Find. It's just we've been just getting all kinds of unique and set items. Simply because they are so much more... Where are... Oh, they're stuck up there. Come here, idiots. You can teleport to me. And it is. It's right there. Sweet. Now we can go take on Mephisto. And I think Mephisto's probably going to be our final thing for today, because 5-hour stream, pretty solid. But I want to see what he has to drop at the very least. We don't want to have to fight through all of that again. Iron Golem out of Runics, I think? Yeah, why not? Don't have to waste an ID scroll to get him. The one downside... Well, actually, there's two downsides to the council being positioned up at the top. One, I have to fight him alongside Mephisto. And two, I can't revive their little friends. Which kind of sucks. Templar Coat can probably be next Iron Golem. See if we can lure some things in with that. That'll definitely be the next Iron Golem. Actually surprised that didn't aggro these. Think we were just barely out of their range on the eastern front. Okay, can you... I would rather get them with the Bone Wall. It is installed. Yay! Did you actually? Are you doing the mod or are you just doing vanilla Diablo 2 Resurrected? Jesus. Well, we are pulling back because they just decimated everything I had. I don't even know what. Oh, this is the other reason you don't stack them all on top of each other, my guys. Because they will just sit there and heal each other. There we go. Go, my minions. Be your best selves. Toss that down. Iron Golem. You guys can go fight him. There is another council member somewhere casting Hydras. Where it is, I do not know. Yeah, go stand right on top of them there, game. Yeah, the skeleton mages not being the smartest of morons. Notice, we don't actually need the skeletons, it just speeds things up. Blade, heavy boots, sacred feathers can all potentially be good. The soul stone we need to crush. Colossus blade, probably not that good in this version of the game. And that is Act 3 done. Lost all our skeletons, they're not holding up that well, but... Do I have the mod on Discord? No, it is on Nexus Mods. You just need to dip your toes into vanilla first. I could look and see if I can actually upload it on there. It might be... I don't think it'll be too big. I think if it is, it would be a situation... I don't think it's too big to be uploaded on there, but I don't know if I have the legal permission to. I would have to go check their criteria.
Good day.
Oops, Sanders. We already know what that is. Spectral Shard is nice as well. It's an ethereal one, too, though. So it looks cool. That goes away, that goes away, that goes away. That goes away, that goes into here. Yeah, I can send you the link. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong page. Copy, and I'm going to put it down in... I'm going to put it in general gaming. And then later I'll look and see if I have permission to upload it to the server. Because that little permission credits thing, I actually have to sit there and read it. Let's sell some stuff. And then our 5-hour escapade through, what, 2 acts? Will be done. The prices are so weird in this. Let's see. Yeah, I'll look and see if I can actually upload it to the server under Diablo 2 downloads. We'll do that later. If I can, I will. If I can't, I won't. There might be several things that are going to limit me on that, but we'll see. But next time, we'll actually be going through Act 4 and Act 5, kicking their butts, making sure things go well. And yeah, keep gaming, have fun. Peace out. This has been Alzorath. Bye.